Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Sleepy Crime. I know many of you enjoy listening to these stories as you fall asleep. So before you drift off, I'd love for you to leave a comment letting me know where in the world you're tuning in from. And if you're enjoying the story, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that this story involves real people and real tragedies. We tell these stories not for entertainment, but to remember the victims and perhaps help others recognize the warning signs that could prevent similar tragedies. For the best experience, feel free to lower the volume a little, just enough to let the story gently carry you off to sleep. Alright, please get comfortable, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's first story. Tonight's story takes us to Australia, to a small mining town called Aberdeen in New South Wales, where one of the most disturbing crimes in the country's history would unfold. This is the story of Catherine Knight, the first woman in Australian history to be sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. So as we settle in, let's journey back to understand how a troubled childhood and a pattern of escalating violence led to an unthinkable tragedy. Our story begins on October 24th, 1955, in Tenterfield, New South Wales. Catherine Mary Knight came into this world already touched by scandal. Her mother, Barbara Ruffin, had been married to a Scottish man named Jack Ruffin, and together they'd had 4 sons. They lived in Aberdeen, a small conservative town in the Hunter Valley where everyone knew everyone else's business. But Barbara had begun an affair with one of Jack's friends and co-workers, a man named Kenneth Knight. In a town as small and traditional as Aberdeen, this affair caused such a scandal that Barbara and Kenneth were forced to leave. They moved to Moree, leaving Barbara's 4 sons behind. The 2 oldest boys stayed with their father, Jack, while the 2 younger ones were sent to live with an aunt in Sydney. In Moree, Barbara had 4 more children with Kenneth, including twin girls born in 1955. Catherine was one of those twins. When she was just 4 years old, Jack Ruffin died, and Barbara's 2 older sons came to live with her, Kenneth and the new family, in what would become an increasingly chaotic household. The home Catherine grew up in was marked by violence and dysfunction. Kenneth was an alcoholic, and the violence in that house was constant and brutal. He would assault Barbara repeatedly, sometimes multiple times throughout a single day. Barbara, traumatized by her own experiences, developed a deep hatred of men and sex, feeling she would share openly with her daughters as they grew up. Catherine would later tell psychiatrists that she was sexually abused by several family members, though not by her father, from an early age until she was about 11 years old. While the exact details remain disputed, mental health professionals who evaluated her accepted these claims, and other family members corroborated parts of her story. Barbara had some indigenous Australian heritage through her great-grandmother, who had married an Irishman in the Moree area. Barbara took pride in this ancestry and identified as Aboriginal, but kept it secret because of the racism prevalent in that time and place. This hidden identity added another layer of tension to an already fractured family dynamic. In this environment, Catherine formed very few close bonds. Apart from her twin sister, the only person she truly connected with was her uncle Oscar Knight, a champion horseman. When Oscar died by suicide in 1969, Catherine was devastated. She would later claim throughout her life that his ghost still visited her. That same year, the family moved back to Aberdeen. Catherine attended Muswellbrook High School, where teachers and students remembered her as a loner, someone who stood apart from the other children, but they also remembered her as a bully, someone who would physically threaten and assault students smaller than herself. She once attacked a boy with a weapon at school, and on another occasion was injured by a teacher who was later found to have acted in self-defense. Catherine left school at 15, never having learned to read or write properly. She started working at a clothing factory, cutting fabric, but this didn't satisfy her for long. Soon she found what she would later describe as her dream job at a local abattoir, a slaughterhouse. She started in the offal section, cutting up the internal organs of animals. She was good at the work and quickly advanced to the boning section, where she learned to expertly separate meat from bone. The abattoir gave her a set of professional butcher's knives, and Catherine was so proud of these knives that she hung them above her bed at home. She told people they would always be handy there, just in case she needed them. This was a practice she would maintain for the rest of her life outside of prison. People who worked with Catherine at the abattoir noticed something unusual about her approach to the job. While most workers found the slaughter process distressing, at least at first, Catherine seemed to revel in certain aspects of it. Day workers recalled that she would often wander to the beginning of the production line just to watch the animals have their throats cut. Some said she would nick arteries just to watch the blood flow out. Residents of Aberdeen would later remember Catherine for her quick temper and her tendency to physically threaten anyone who upset her, no matter how minor the offense. In 1973, Catherine met a co-worker named David Stanford Kellett. David was dealing with his own demons. He'd worked on the railways in Coffs Harbour, where he'd witnessed his best friend killed in front of him in a shunting accident. Later, he'd been involved in rescuing children from a school bus that had been struck by a train, an incident in which 6 children died. These traumas had led him to heavy drinking, and eventually he lost his railway job. He found work at the Aberdeen Abattoir, where he became friends with Catherine's brother and eventually met Catherine herself. Despite his struggles, David was unprepared for Catherine. Their courtship was intense, and in 1974, Catherine insisted they get married. They arrived at the wedding on Catherine's motorcycle, with David drunk and riding on the back. Before the ceremony, Catherine's own mother, Barbara, pulled David aside. What she told him should have been warning enough. "You better watch this one or she'll kill you," Barbara said, according to David's later accounts. "Stir her up the wrong way or do the wrong thing and you're finished. Don't ever think of playing up on her, she'll kill you." Then Barbara added something that should have made David run, not walk away. "She's got a screw loose somewhere." That very night, on their wedding night, Catherine's violence revealed itself. After they'd been intimate 3 times, David fell asleep, exhausted. Catherine's response was to try to strangle him. When asked about it later, she explained matter-of-factly that she'd tried to kill him because he'd only had sex with her 3 times before falling asleep. The marriage was violent from that point forward. When Catherine was heavily pregnant with their first child, David came home late one night after making it to the finals of a darts competition. Catherine's response was to burn all of his clothes and shoes, then hit him across the back of the head with a cast-iron frying pan, fracturing his skull. In May of 1976, shortly after Catherine gave birth to their daughter Melissa Ann, David finally left. He'd found another woman and moved to Queensland, hoping to escape Catherine's violence. But Catherine's response to abandonment was unlike anything anyone had seen. She was seen pushing her newborn baby's pram erratically through the streets, throwing it from side to side. Then, in an act that still defies comprehension, she placed baby Melissa on the railway tracks and walked away with a train due any minute. A local man known in the community as Old Ted saw what was happening and rescued the baby just in time. Catherine was taken to Morisset Psychiatric Hospital for evaluation. A few days after her release, Catherine took her knife, slashed a woman's face, and demanded the woman drive her to Queensland to find David. The woman managed to escape at a service station, but by the time police arrived, Catherine had taken a young boy hostage and was threatening him with her knife. Police had to disarm her with broom. Back at Morisset Psychiatric Hospital, Catherine told the nurses exactly what she'd planned to do. She was going to kill the mechanic at the service station because he'd repaired David's car, which had allowed him to leave her. Then she was going to go to Queensland and kill both David and his mother. When David heard about this, something unexpected happened. Despite everything, he and his mother returned to Aberdeen to support Catherine. She was released into the care of David's mother with the understanding that she would take her medication. When they arrived to pick up Catherine and baby Melissa, Barbara, Catherine's own mother, tried to strangle David through the car window. Catherine intervened, knocking her mother to the ground, possibly saving David's life. Mother and daughter, it seemed, shared more than just genetics. David and Catherine moved to Woodridge, near Brisbane, trying for a fresh start. Catherine got a job at the Dinmore Meatworks, back in her element, with knives and carcasses. They had a second daughter, Natasha Marie, in March of 1980. David's sister, Sandy, lived with them for a while, and later reported witnessing Catherine's disturbing behavior. Once Sandy caught Catherine trying to put her young daughter's hand under scalding hot water. When Sandy told David, he begged her not to confront Catherine about it. "She'll kill both of us in our sleep," he said. In 1979, David came home to find Catherine in bed with another man. Somehow she convinced him to give her one more chance, and they moved to Landsborough, where they had their second daughter. But by 1984, the relationship had finally run its course. Catherine left to David and moved back to Aberdeen. first staying with her parents, then moving to a rental house in Muswell Brook. She returned to work at the abattoir, but injured her back and ended up on a disability pension. The government gave her a housing commission house in Aberdeen. In 1986, Catherine met David Saunders, a 38-year-old miner. A few months later, he moved in with Catherine and her 2 daughters, though he kept his apartment in the nearby town of Scone. This arrangement made Catherine intensely jealous. She would throw him out. He would go back to his apartment, and then she would follow him and beg him to return. The cycle repeated over and over. In May of 1987, Catherine decided to send David a message about what would happen if he ever cheated on her. She took his 2-month-old dingo puppy, and as David watched, cut the dog's throat. Then she hit him with a frying pan. Despite this, they stayed together. And in June of 1988, they had a daughter, Sarah. David put a deposit on a house. Trying to build a stable life, Catherine decorated it in her own unique style with animal skins, skulls, and machetes displayed throughout the rooms. But the violence continued. After one argument, Catherine hit David in the face with an iron, then stabbed him in the stomach with a pair of scissors. Finally, David had enough. He moved back to Scone and went into hiding. Catherine tried to find him, but none of their mutual friends would tell her where he was. Several months later, David came back to see his daughter. He discovered that Catherine had gone to the police and falsely claimed she was afraid of him. She'd managed to get an apprehended violence order against him, turning the truth completely upside down. She had also cut up all of his clothes. In 1991, Catherine became pregnant by a 43-year-old former co-worker from the abattoir named John Chillingworth. They had a son they named Eric, and their relationship lasted 3 years. But Catherine had been having an affair the entire time. And in 1994, she left Chillingworth for this other man, a miner named John Charles Thomas Price. John Price was, by all accounts, a good man. Born in April of 1955, he was known throughout Aberdeen as a terrific bloke, someone everyone liked. His own marriage had ended in 1988, and he had 3 children. His youngest daughter lived with her mother, but his 2 older children lived with him. When Catherine wanted to move in with John in 1995, he was well aware of her violent reputation. The whole town knew about Catherine Knight, but his children seemed to like her, and John was making good money working in the local mines. Apart from violent arguments, he would later say, "At first life was a bunch of roses." But Catherine had an obsession with marriage, perhaps because it represented the stability and normalcy she'd never had. In 1998, John and Catherine had a major fight over his refusal to marry her. Catherine's revenge was calculated and cruel. She videotaped items that John had taken from his workplace and sent the tape to his boss. The items were just out-of-date medical kits that John had salvaged from the company's rubbish bins. Nothing of real value, but it was enough. John was fired from the job he held for 17 years. That same day, John kicked Catherine out of his house. News of what she'd done spread through the town. A few months later, John made the fateful decision to restart the relationship, though this time he refused to let her move back in with him. The fighting became more frequent and more violent. By February of the year 2000, the relationship had deteriorated completely. Catherine had been assaulting John regularly, and on one occasion, she stabbed him in the chest. John's friends were desperately worried about him. They warned him repeatedly that if he didn't leave Catherine, she would kill him. On February 28th, 2000, John finally went to the local court in Scone and took out an apprehended violence order against Catherine. It was official now. She wasn't allowed to contact him. His co-workers at the mine begged him not to go home that night. But John said he was worried about his children. If he didn't go home, he feared Catherine might hurt them. Before he left work, John told his colleagues something that would haunt them forever. He said if he didn't show up to work the next day, it would be because Catherine had killed him. It wasn't a joke. It was a statement of fact. When John arrived home that evening, Catherine wasn't there. His children had been sent to neighbors' houses for sleepovers, arranged by Catherine. She returned later that night. They had sex, and then they both fell asleep. What happened next would shock a nation.
While John slept, Catherine got up. She took one of her butcher's knives, the one she'd kept sharp and ready all these years, and she began stabbing him. She stabbed him again and again, the knife rising and falling in the darkness of that bedroom. John woke up during this attack. The blood evidence would later tell the story of his desperate attempt to escape.
He got out of bed, bleeding from multiple wounds, and tried to run. Catherine chased him through the house. He managed to open the front door and get outside, perhaps thinking he could reach a neighbor, perhaps just running on pure survival instinct. But he didn't make it. Whether he stumbled or was dragged, John ended up back in the hallway of his own home, where he finally collapsed. Catherine continued stabbing him. The final count would be 37 wounds. John Price bled to death on the floor of his own home in the early hours of March 1st, 2000. What Catherine Knight did after John Price died is what truly set this case apart from other domestic violence murders. What happened next was something that experienced police investigators would say haunted them for the rest of their careers. Catherine took John's body and, using the skills she'd learned over years working in the abattoir, she skinned him. She removed his skin in one complete piece. Expertly, the way she'd skinned countless animal carcasses, she hung his skin from a meat hook that she'd recently installed in the doorway leading to the lounge room, like a macabre suit hanging in a closet. Then she decapitated him. She cut off his head and took it to the kitchen. She placed it in a large pot with vegetables, cabbage, and zucchini, and she turned on the stove to cook it. But she didn't stop there. Catherine took cuts of meat from John's buttocks and prepared them with care. She added baked potatoes, pumpkin, carrots, beetroots, zucchini, cabbage, and yellow squash. She made gravy. She set the table with 2 plates, and beside each plate, she placed a note with the name of one of John's children on it. She was preparing to serve John Price's flesh to his own children. The 3rd serving of the meat was found on the back lawn. Some investigators theorized that Catherine had tried to eat it herself, but couldn't, which would later support her claim that she had no memory of these events. Sometime after all of this, Catherine took a large dose of pills in what may have been a suicide attempt. Or perhaps she just wanted to sleep. She was found comatose on the floor. The next morning, March 1st, 2000, John Price didn't show up for work at the mine. His boss was concerned. John had been so specific about what it would mean if he didn't come in. After trying to reach him, John's employer called the police and asked them to do a welfare check. When officers arrived at the house in Aberdeen, they found blood stains on the front door. They found a piece of cooked meat on the grass in the backyard. They forced entry to the house. What they found inside was beyond anything in their experience or training. One officer's first words were captured in the official record. "Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. What's this guy got? A chopping list or something? Where's his head? There's a guy sitting in front of me and his head's gone. Where's his head?" They found John's decapitated and skinned body on the lounge room floor. His complete skin hanging from the hook. The pot on the stove still warm. Temperature between 40 and 50 degrees Celsius. With John's head floating among the vegetables. The 2 plates set at the table with the names of the children. They found Catherine unconscious on the floor. When paramedics revived her at the scene, she claimed to have no memory of what had happened. Catherine Knight was charged with the murder of John Charles Thomas Price. The trial was scheduled to begin in October of 2001, more than a year and a half after the murder. But the trial never really happened. For reasons that have never been fully explained, Catherine changed her plea to guilty. The case was adjourned without testimony. During the sentencing hearing, Catherine's lawyers asked that she be excused from hearing certain graphic details. Justice O'Keefe denied the request. When the medical examiner Timothy Lyons testified about the skinning and decapitation, Catherine became hysterical and had to be sedated. On November 8, 2001, Justice Barry O'Keefe delivered his sentence. He spoke about the severity and brutality of the crime. He noted that throughout the proceedings, Catherine had shown no remorse and continued to deny responsibility for her actions. The last minutes of his life must have been a time of abject terror for him, Justice O'Keefe said, as they were a time of utter enjoyment for her. Justice O'Keefe sentenced Catherine Knight to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. He ordered that her papers be marked never to be released. She became the first woman in Australian history to receive such a sentence. Catherine appealed this sentence in 2006, arguing that life without parole was too severe, but her appeal was dismissed. So how do we understand Catherine Knight? How does a person become capable of such acts? Mental health experts who evaluated Catherine painted a picture of someone shaped by severe childhood trauma. The sexual abuse she reported, the violent home environment, her mother's expressed hatred of men, her father's alcoholism and violence toward her mother. All of these created a foundation of dysfunction. Some experts suggested Catherine had borderline personality disorder, characterized by intense fear of abandonment, unstable relationships, impulsivity, and inappropriate intense anger. Her pattern of relationships certainly fits. Each time a partner tried to leave, her response escalated. From David Kellett to David Saunders to John Price, the violence increased with each relationship. Others focused on how Catherine's history of sexual and physical abuse might have created deep-seated rage toward men, combined with a desperate need for connection that she couldn't maintain in healthy ways. Her work at the abattoir, while not causing her violence, certainly gave her the skills and perhaps the desensitization that made the post-mortem mutilation possible. Years of expertly skinning and butchering animal carcasses had made these techniques second nature to her. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the case was the planning involved. Catherine had sent the children away for sleepovers. She had recently installed the meat hook. After the murder, she spent hours carrying out her plan to cook John and feed him to his children. This wasn't a crime of sudden passion. This was calculated revenge. Catherine Knight remains imprisoned at Silverwater Women's Correctional Center in Western Sydney. She's now in her late 60s. Reports indicate that she has a surprisingly good reputation within the prison, getting along well with other inmates and staff. The house where John Price died was never lived in again. The property couldn't be sold for years because of its history. Aberdeen, the small town where these events unfolded, has never quite recovered from having one of Australia's most notorious crimes happen within its borders. John Price's children had to live with the knowledge of what was intended for them, the horror of their father's death, and the loss of their childhood home. The psychological trauma extended beyond just the immediate family to the first responders who saw that crime scene, to the people of Aberdeen who knew both Catherine and John, to everyone touched by this case. This case remains one of the most studied in Australian criminology and forensic psychology. It's examined as an extreme example of domestic violence, of how warning signs can escalate, of how childhood trauma can shape adult behavior in devastating ways. But it also stands as a reminder of something harder to accept, that sometimes human behavior ventures into territory that defies our attempts to fully understand or explain it. Catherine Knight's crime was so extreme that it challenged the legal system's ability to respond. A life sentence without parole for a woman was unprecedented in Australia, but the court felt that nothing less would be appropriate for the calculated brutality of what she had done. And so our story ends there, with Catherine Knight behind bars where she will remain for the rest of her life, and with a small town in New South Wales forever marked by one terrible night in February of the year 2000. If you or someone you know is experiencing domestic violence, please reach out for help. In Australia, you can call 1-800-RESPECT. In the United States, the National Domestic Violence Hotline is 1-800-799-7233. These services are confidential and available 24 hours a day. The warning signs of dangerous relationships are real. Violence that escalates, threats, obsessive behavior, explosive anger. These are not things that get better on their own. And they're not things that love can fix. If this is your first time listening to one of our true crime stories, welcome to Mr. Sleepy Crime, where we explore these cases in a calm and respectful way. I also want to take a moment to appreciate my amazing subscribers who've been rocking with me. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you're still awake and listening, don't forget to drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and the current time in your corner of the world. Or just say something to let me know you're still here. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Now let's move on to our second story. Story 2. Tonight I want to tell you about a case from the small town of Robinson, Texas. A story that begins with what seemed like the perfect marriage, and ends with betrayal, deception, and the pond that held terrible secrets. So as we settle in, let me take you back to November of 2005. Robinson, Texas is the kind of place where neighbors know each other's names. It sits just outside Waco, a quiet community where families raise their children and life moves at a gentle pace. In this town, the Gentry family seemed to embody the American dream. Darlene Daskatil grew up in Cameron, Texas, another small town with a population barely reaching 6,000. From an early age, she was the kind of girl who turned heads. She was a member of the Flag Corps, crowned homecoming queen, and had a personality that naturally drew people toward her. Her mother, Judy, would later recall how effortlessly Darlene commanded attention, not through arrogance but through genuine warmth and charisma. After high school, Darlene enrolled at Texas State Technical College to study dental assisting. It was there in the late 1990s that she met Keith Gentry. Keith was studying drafting and welding, a practical, hard-working young man with what Darlene would describe as the most beautiful eyes she'd ever seen. He was ruggedly handsome in that understated way small-town boys often are. And the attraction between them was immediate. Keith's father, Waymon Gentry, watched their courtship bloom. He noticed how Darlene seemed to worship Keith, how she acted as if Keith hung the moon. Whatever Keith wanted to do, they did together. It seemed like a love story written in the stars. And after graduation in 1997, reality set in. Darlene was ready to settle down, ready to build a life together. Keith, however, wasn't quite there yet. He needed more time, more space to figure out what he wanted. So Darlene made a difficult choice. She moved to Dallas, taking a job with a dentist, putting distance between them to let Keith sort out his feelings. Life in the big city didn't go as planned. Her car was stolen, and the urban chaos that had seemed exciting at first began to wear on her. She found herself missing the simplicity of small-town Texas, missing the life she'd left behind, and perhaps missing Keith most of all. When she moved back home, Keith realized what he'd lost. This time, he wasn't going to let her slip away. He proposed in 1999, and they were married soon after in what Darlene would describe as a typical Texas wedding. Barbecue, dancing, and the gathering of two families who believed these young people had found something real. The newlyweds moved next door to Keith's parents in Robinson, a decision that spoke to the closeness of the Gentry family. Darlene pursued her nursing degree, while Keith took a position as an engineer with an electric utility company. And then, in quick succession, they started their family. 3 boys, Chase, Cody, and Cade, arrived almost back-to-back, filling their home with the chaos and joy that young children bring. From the outside, everything looked perfect. Darlene, the former homecoming queen with flowing blonde hair and a dazzling smile. Keith, the devoted husband and father with a steady job and strong family ties. Their 3 boys playing in the yard while their grandparents watched from next door. It was the kind of life people dream about. But as anyone who has lived long enough knows, the surfaces we present to the world often hide deeper currents beneath. Keith's job required him to be on the road for much of the week. He would leave Monday morning and not return until Thursday or Friday, traveling across Texas to various work sites. For Darlene, this meant managing 3 young children largely on her own, juggling her nursing career with the demands of motherhood. At least she had Keith's parents right next door, always ready to help when things got overwhelming. But the absence of a partner, the loneliness of those weeknights, the weight of responsibility began to take its toll. Keith noticed too. He saw how hard Darlene was working, how the sparkle in her eyes sometimes dimmed with exhaustion. So he made a decision. He took a desk job, one that would keep him home 5 days a week. It meant giving up work he enjoyed, the freedom of the road, but family came first. Yet somehow, coming home didn't fix what was broken. After 6 years of marriage, Waymon Gentry began to notice troubling signs. You could see a lot of problems starting, he would later recall. They didn't seem to be happy, and Keith wasn't happy. The details of what went wrong in the Gentry marriage remained somewhat murky, as they often do in relationships that unravel. Financial stress may have played a role. The demands of raising 3 young boys, the slow drift that can happen when 2 people stop truly seeing each other. Whatever the reasons, the marriage was deteriorating. But Keith was determined. He told his family he was going to stick it out, that he would find a way to make it work. He loved Darlene. He loved his boys. Divorce wasn't an option he was ready to consider. Darlene, it seems, had come to a different conclusion. Though no one knew it yet, she had begun to contemplate a different future. One that didn't include Keith. And then came the morning of November 9th. The phone rang at the McLennan County Emergency Dispatch Center at 6:11 in the morning. It was still dark outside. the kind of early hour when the world feels hushed and uncertain. The voice on the line was Darlene Gentry, and she was frantic. "I got up this morning," she said, her words tumbling out in a rush. "I was in my son's room because they didn't sleep. My back door was open. My husband's guns are all gone. And, there's blood on the bed. And he is gurgling. He has pink foam coming out of his mouth. And he's making a god-awful sound." The dispatcher kept her on the line, asking questions, trying to understand what had happened. In the background, they could hear it. The terrible gurgling sounds of a man struggling to breathe. Police officers arrived at the Gentry home within 3 minutes. Darlene was still on the phone with the 911 operator when they pulled up. They rushed inside and found Keith Gentry lying face down in the master bedroom bed, surrounded by blood. He'd been shot in the head, but incredibly he was still alive, barely. The paramedics loaded him into the ambulance and raced to the hospital, sirens wailing through the quiet streets of Robinson. But even as they worked to save him, even as the machines were hooked up and the doctors fought to keep him stable, everyone knew the truth. Keith Gentry was brain dead. The question now was not if he would die, but how long it would take. Back at the house, Detective Tracy O'Connor began to walk through the crime scene. Darlene's story seemed straightforward enough. She'd been sleeping in the boys' room since around 3:30 that morning because the youngest, only 18 months old, had woken up and refused to go back to sleep alone. While she was gone, someone had broken into the house, stolen all of Keith's guns from the cabinet in the living room, and shot him in the head before fleeing. But as O'Connor examined the scene, something felt off. The back door was indeed open, just as Darlene had said. The gun cabinet was empty. But there were no signs of forced entry, no broken glass, no splintered wood. The guns hadn't been smashed out of the cabinet. They'd been carefully removed, as if by someone who knew where to find them and how to access them. And then there was Darlene herself. She was a trained nurse, someone who had spent years learning how to respond to medical emergencies. Yet by her own account, she hadn't attempted CPR. She hadn't tried to stop the bleeding or help her husband in any way. She'd simply called 911 and waited. Within 7 minutes of arriving at the scene, the officers were convinced that something was very wrong with Darlene's story, but they needed more than suspicions. They needed evidence. Later that day, Keith Gentry was taken off life support. Darlene signed the consent forms at the hospital, and Keith's family gathered around as he took his last breaths. He was only 31 years old, leaving behind 3 young sons who would never really remember their father. That same day, Darlene agreed to come to the police station to give a formal statement. Detective O'Connor sat across from her and began to ask questions, walking her through the events of the morning step by step. But the more Darlene talked, the more inconsistency emerged in her story. She described hearing nothing during the night, no sounds of an intruder, no gunshot, nothing. But the master bedroom where Keith was shot was not far from the boys' room where she claimed to have been sleeping. How could someone break in, go through the house, open the gun cabinet, select a weapon, enter the bedroom, and shoot Keith, all without making a sound? Darlene also gave her consent for investigators to search the house. During that search, Detective Mike Noel made a crucial discovery in the kitchen. At the very bottom of the trash can, hidden beneath other garbage, he found a pair of latex gloves. Inside one of the gloves was a .22 caliber bullet casing. The gloves were sent to the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Lab for analysis. The results were damning. They contained gunshot residue, and the DNA profiles found on the gloves belonged to only 2 people: Keith Gentry and Darlene Gentry. No mysterious intruder, just husband and wife. As the interview continued, Darlene invoked her Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and her Sixth Amendment right to counsel. The police immediately stopped questioning her and released her. She hired an attorney, and for the moment, the case stalled. But investigators were far from done. They began digging into the Gentry's finances, and there they found what every detective looks for in a murder case: motive. Keith had 2 life insurance policies. Together they were worth approximately $750,000. And the beneficiary of both policies was Darlene. On November 28, 2005, 19 days after Keith's murder, police arrested Darlene Gentry and charged her with murder. And here's where the story takes an unexpected turn. Keith's parents, Waymon and Glenda Gentry, couldn't believe it. They were absolutely convinced that Darlene had nothing to do with their son's death. She was family. She was the mother of their grandchildren. The police had to be wrong. They posted her $50,000 bail, and Darlene was released that same evening. The boys moved in with Keith's parents, and Darlene began to rebuild her life. Already thinking about the future, just a few days after Keith's murder, even before her arrest, Darlene had reached out to an acquaintance named Robert Pavelka. She told him she needed to move, needed a fresh start after everything that had happened. Did he know of any property available? As it happened, Pavelka owned some land near the small town of Axtell, just outside Robinson. The property had something special, a pond. When he mentioned it to Darlene, her eyes lit up. Keith had always wanted a place where he could take the boys fishing. She told Pavelka the pond would be perfect. It was as if she could still honor Keith's memory by giving her sons what their father had dreamed of. Pavelka remembered that conversation clearly. He remembered how enthusiastic Darlene had been about the pond. So a few weeks later, after Darlene had been arrested and released on bond, Pavelka was puzzled when Darlene called him back. She was still interested in the property, she said, but she'd had a change of heart about the pond. She wanted it filled in. Could he do that? Pavelka found this odd. The pond had been the selling point. Why would she suddenly want it gone? The more he thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. He decided to call a friend who worked in law enforcement. That friend put him in touch with Texas Rangers Matt Cawthon and Steve Foster. The Rangers listened to Pavelka's story, and they immediately understood what might have happened. They asked Pavelka for permission to search his pond, and he agreed. On a cold day in late 2005, a Texas Department of Public Safety dive team arrived at the pond near Axtell. They entered the murky water and began their search. It took them less than 15 minutes to find what they were looking for. At the bottom of the pond, covered in mud and silt, was a .22 caliber revolver. It was the gun Keith's father had given him. It was the murder weapon. But finding the gun wasn't enough. The Rangers had a more ambitious plan. They wanted to see if Darlene would reveal her own guilt. They asked Pavelka to call Darlene and tell her that if he was going to fill in the pond, he would need to drain it first. It was just a practical matter, he explained. Standard procedure. Darlene told him to go ahead and fill it in, but then she called back. She wanted to be present when he drained the pond, she said. She wanted to see it. The Rangers set up a surveillance camera that night, hidden in the brush overlooking the pond. They marked the spot where they'd found the gun with a large stick, and then they waited. But Darlene didn't come, so the Rangers had Pavelka call again. The pump was broken, he told her. He'd have to wait another day to drain the pond. The next day, January of 2006, the Rangers were back. This time with handheld video cameras, crouching in the bushes. And this time Darlene came. The video footage would later be described in courtrooms and news reports, and those who saw it said it was chilling in its clarity. Darlene arrived wearing knee-high wading boots. She looked around carefully, checking to make sure no one was watching, and then she walked into the pond. She went directly to the spot marked by the stick, the exact location where the murder weapon had been found. She bent down and began probing the muddy bottom with a rod-like instrument, searching methodically, desperately looking for the gun she had thrown there weeks earlier. She had no way of knowing that the gun was already gone, and she had no way of knowing that every moment of her search was being recorded. The trial of Darlene Gentry began on February 6, 2007, in McLennan County. The courtroom was packed with spectators, reporters, and family members from both sides. Keith's parents sat in the gallery, still struggling to reconcile the woman they'd known with the defendant sitting at the defense table. The prosecution's case was methodical and devastating. They presented the latex gloves found in the trash, containing gunshot residue and DNA from both Keith and Darlene. They presented the life insurance policies, $750,000 in motive. They walked the jury through the staged crime scene, pointing out all the inconsistencies in Darlene's story. But the centerpiece of their case was the video. When the footage played on the screens in the courtroom, you could have heard a pin drop. There was Darlene, wading into the pond, looking around to ensure her privacy, and then searching the exact spot where the murder weapon had been found. It was impossible to explain away. It was impossible to misinterpret. Keith's family, watching from the gallery, felt their world shatter all over again. They had believed in Darlene. They had defended her. They had paid her bail and supported her through the worst moment of her life. And now they were watching video evidence of her desperately trying to retrieve the gun she'd used to kill their son. The defense tried to mount a counter-argument. Darlene's attorney attempted to introduce medical records suggesting that Keith and another couple had all contracted herpes, implying that Keith had been unfaithful and that this other couple might have had a motive to kill him. But the judge ruled that the evidence was too speculative and excluded it from trial. The defense called no witnesses. At the close of the prosecution's case, they simply rested. The jury deliberated for about 5 hours. When they returned to the courtroom, their verdict was unanimous: guilty of murder. The following day, Darlene Gentry was sentenced to 60 years in prison. As the sentence was read, she showed little emotion. She removed her earrings and was led away in handcuffs, beginning a prison term that wouldn't end until she was in her 90s. After the conviction, Keith's parents were granted full custody of the 3 boys: Chase, Cody, and Cade. The children who had lost their father now lost their mother as well, though in a very different way. In 2010, a court order was issued prohibiting Darlene from having any contact with her sons. Waymon and Glenda Gentry raised their grandsons, trying to give them stability and love in the wake of unimaginable loss. The boys grew up knowing the truth about what happened to their father, carrying that knowledge with them through childhood and into adolescence. Darlene, however, has never admitted guilt. From her cell at the Dr. Lane Murray unit in Gatesville, Texas, she has maintained her innocence. In November 2017, more than a decade after her conviction, she filed an appeal requesting a new trial. Her appeal raised several issues. She argued that her Sixth Amendment rights had been violated when Robert Pavelka, working as an agent of the state, contacted her without her attorney present. She claimed that evidence had been withheld from her defense team, specifically recorded statements from a friend named Sarah McCovey that might have pointed to alternative suspects. She alleged that the trial court had abused its discretion by excluding the medical records about the herpes diagnosis. The Texas Court of Criminal Appeals ordered additional hearings to examine these claims. For several years, the case wound its way through the appeals process while Keith's family waited, hoping for finality. In 2017, Judge Burt Richardson recommended that Darlene's request for a new trial be denied. He found that while there were questions about certain aspects of the case, the evidence against Darlene had been overwhelming. The surveillance video alone would have been enough to convict her, regardless of any other issues. The Court of Criminal Appeals agreed. In November of 2017, they denied Darlene's request for a new trial and ruled that her murder conviction would stand. When the decision came down, Waymon Gentry, Keith's father, spoke to reporters. "That's a good Thanksgiving gift for us," he said. After 12 years of legal battles, appeals, and uncertainty, the case was finally over. So what really happened on the morning of November 9th, 2005? Based on the evidence presented at trial, investigators believe they know the answer. Darlene shot Keith while he slept in their bed, using the .22 caliber revolver his father had given him, a weapon she knew how to access, one that was kept in the house for protection. She wore latex gloves, perhaps thinking this would prevent her from leaving fingerprints. But she didn't realize that gloves can still transfer DNA, that gunshot residue would cling to the latex, that these gloves would become key pieces of evidence. After shooting Keith, she removed guns from the cabinet to make it look like a robbery. She opened the back door to suggest forced entry. She disposed of the gloves in the kitchen trash, burying them deep where she hoped they wouldn't be found. And then she drove to a pond she knew, perhaps one she'd scouted out in advance, perhaps one she'd simply remembered from traveling around the area. She threw the gun into the water, watching it sink into the mud, believing it would stay hidden forever. When she returned home, she moved to the boys' room, establishing her alibi, and then she waited for enough time to pass before she called 911, claiming to have just discovered Keith lying in a pool of blood. It was a plan built on the assumption that she was smarter than the investigators, that she could manipulate the narrative, that her beauty and charm and status as a grieving widow would insulate her from suspicion. But she hadn't counted on Detective O'Connor's experience and instincts. She hadn't anticipated that the latex gloves would tell such a complete story, and she certainly never imagined that her interest in a property with a pond would set in motion the chain of events that would ultimately convict her. Despite the conviction, despite the overwhelming evidence, there are those who still have questions about the case. Some have pointed to the defense's attempts to introduce the medical records about herpes as evidence that there might have been alternative suspects, people with a motive to kill Keith if he had been involved in an affair. The DNA found on the latex gloves included profiles from both Keith and Darlene, but defense experts suggested there might have been a third contributor whose DNA was too degraded to identify. Could someone else have been involved? And what about Sarah McCalvey, the friend whose recorded statements were allegedly withheld from the defense? She had apparently been at the Gentry home that morning, which would explain why her cell phone was found there, and why her DNA was in the house. She knew where the gun was kept. She claimed Darlene could never have pulled the trigger. Could she have known more than she let on? These questions were raised during the appeals process, examined by judges and attorneys, and ultimately deemed insufficient to overturn the conviction. The courts concluded that even if there were minor irregularities in the trial, the core evidence, especially that surveillance video, was simply too strong. Darlene Gentry had gone to that pond. She had searched for that gun, and there was no innocent explanation for those actions. Today, Darlene Gentry is in her early 50s, serving her sentence at the Dr. Lane Murray unit in Texas. She will be eligible for parole in February of 2037 when she'll be 63 years old. Her maximum sentence date extends to 2067, which would make her 93. The 3 boys she left behind, Chase, Cody, and Cade, are now adults. They were raised by their paternal grandparents, growing up next door to the house where their father was killed. They have no relationship with their mother, prohibited by court order from having any contact. One can only imagine what it's been like for them, coming to terms with the fact that their mother murdered their father. Growing up with that knowledge, carrying it through school, through first dates, through all the milestones of life. It's the kind of burden that never gets lighter. Wayman and Glenda Gentry, Keith's parents, have spent the last 2 decades raising their grandsons while mourning their son. They have spoken occasionally to the media, always maintaining their composure, always focusing on the boys and their well-being. They were betrayed by someone they trusted completely, and yet they found the strength to provide a stable home for the children caught in the middle of this tragedy. And Keith himself is remembered through photographs and stories, frozen in time at 31 years old. His grave in McLennan County stands as a testament to a life cut short, a young father who never got to see his boys grow up, who never got to grow old with the woman he loved or thought he loved. The murder of Keith Gentry is a reminder that we can never truly know what goes on behind closed doors, even in marriages that appear perfect from the outside. It's a story about how financial pressures, unmet expectations, and the slow erosion of love can lead someone down a path they might never have imagined walking. It's also a story about hubris, about someone who believed they were clever enough to get away with murder, only to be undone by their own actions. That surveillance video showing Darlene wading into the pond, searching for a gun that was no longer there, is one of the most compelling pieces of evidence in modern true crime. It captured not just an action, but the revelation of guilt, the moment when deception became undeniable. For those who love true crime, the Gentry case offers all the elements we find compelling. The seemingly perfect family facade, the shocking violence, the detective work that unravels the lies, and the dramatic courtroom moment when justice is served. But it's also a tragedy, a real tragedy involving real people whose lives were shattered by violence and betrayal. 3 boys lost their father, and effectively their mother. Parents lost a son. A small community was forced to confront the darkness that can lurk in the most ordinary places. And somewhere in a Texas prison, a woman sits alone with her thoughts, maintaining her innocence, knowing she'll likely spend the rest of her life behind bars. Was justice served in this case? The courts certainly think so. But perhaps the deeper question is whether justice can ever truly be served, when the damage done is so profound, so irreversible, so complete. That's something each of us must answer for ourselves. If you're still awake and listening, check whether you've left your little goodnight comment. I always check your comments before I sleep too. And if you haven't already, don't forget to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Meanwhile, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. In the quiet suburb of Aurora, Colorado, where the Rocky Mountains paint the horizon in shades of purple and gold each evening, there existed what appeared to be the perfect American family. The Craig household was alive with the sound of 6 children, laughter echoing through hallways. Homework spread across kitchen tables. The comfortable chaos of a home filled with love. At the center of it all was Angela Craig, a woman whose energy seemed boundless, whose devotion to her family was unwavering. Angela was the youngest of 10 siblings, the baby girl in a large, raucous family that valued togetherness above all else. She carried that same warmth into her own home, homeschooling her children, directing the choir at her church, teaching Sunday school, leading youth groups. Friends described her as intelligent and energetic, someone who used her gifts to elevate those around her. She had an unbounded sense of humor, a quick wit that could light up a room. She was passionate about family history, an important tradition in her faith as a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and had taken over the role of family genealogist from her mother. Her husband, James Tolliver Craig, was a respected dentist in the community. He owned Summerbrook Dental, a thriving practice where Angela herself worked as one of the office managers. To those who knew them casually, they seemed like partners in every sense, working side by side, raising their children together. Active in their church, 23 years of marriage, 6 beautiful children, a successful business. From the outside, it looked like they had built something remarkable. But inside that home, behind the cheerful facade that James presented to the world, something dark had taken root. And in March of 2023, that darkness would finally consume everything Angela held dear. The morning of March 6th, 2023, began like many others in the Craig household. Angela had just returned the day before from visiting her sister Toni in Utah. She'd spent time with family, attended church, made plans to return to Utah for a family history conference in 2024. She had plans, she had a future she was looking forward to. That morning, before their usual workout routine, James made Angela a protein shake. This wasn't unusual. The couple often made shakes for each other, mixing protein powder into their morning routine as part of their active lifestyle. Angela was devoted to fitness, spending time on her stationary bike, practicing yoga and Pilates. At 43 years old, she took care of herself. She was healthy, strong, vibrant. But after drinking the shake that morning, something felt wrong. Angela texted her husband shortly after their workout. "My stomach feels fine, but my head feels funny and dizzy. Very strange." She told him her body was responding slowly, that she didn't feel right in her head. At his dental office that morning, James arrived late to the daily staff huddle. Something unusual for him. When he did arrive, he apologized to his office manager, Caitlin Romero, explaining that his wife wasn't feeling well. He said he might have put too much protein powder in her shake. A few hours later, he left work to take Angela to the emergency room at Parker Adventist Hospital. At the hospital, Angela described her symptoms: dizziness, weakness, nausea. She felt drugged. She told the medical staff, though she hadn't taken anything that would explain these sensations. The doctors ran tests, trying to understand what was causing her distress. They couldn't find anything definitive. After several hours of observation, they sent her home, puzzled but hopeful that whatever had affected her would pass. But it wouldn't pass. In fact, it was only just beginning. The next day, March 7th, Angela tried to push through the strange lingering sensations. She went to an urgent care clinic, hoping for answers. Again, the medical professionals couldn't identify what was wrong. She was sent home once more, this time with growing frustration. She was the kind of person who took charge of her health, who researched symptoms, who wanted to understand what was happening to her body, but nothing made sense. By March 9th, Angela's condition had deteriorated significantly. That morning, she drank another protein shake, and within hours she could barely function. Her children found her passed out in their home. At another point that day, she was so weak that she had to crawl across the floor because she couldn't stand up, couldn't get up on her own. She managed to call for help, and she was rushed back to Parker Adventist Hospital. This time they admitted her. The medical team was baffled. They ran test after test, trying to understand why this otherwise healthy mother of 6 was experiencing such severe symptoms. Angela texted her family, sharing updates, expressing her frustration at not knowing what was wrong with her. She wondered if she might have diabetes. She asked her best friend Nikki Harmon to come check her blood sugar levels. Nikki's daughter was diabetic, so she would know how to help. When Nikki arrived at the Craig home between hospital visits, she found Angela looking exhausted, unmade, as though she hadn't slept well. Together, they tried to calculate whether the protein shake James had made that morning could have affected her blood sugar levels. They were grasping at straws, trying to make sense of the senseless. Behind the scenes, James played the role of the concerned husband. He texted Angela loving messages. "I love you and miss you, and I'm so worried. I wish you were healthy enough to come home tonight and snuggle me." He went back and forth from the hospital to their home to his dental practice, juggling work and children and the care of his mysteriously ill wife. But the test would eventually tell a different story. Blood work taken from Angela on March 9th revealed something terrifying: toxic levels of arsenic in her system. The levels were so high they caused the very symptoms she'd been experiencing: abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, dizziness, lightheadedness, and inability to coordinate her movements. Someone had poisoned Angela Craig, and the person most capable of doing so was the man who had promised to love and protect her. To understand what happened to Angela, we must step back to late February 2023, to a dental conference in Las Vegas, where the threads of this tragedy began to weave together. James Craig met a woman there, Karen Kane, an orthodontist from Texas who was going through a divorce. They struck up a relationship, a whirlwind romance that lasted 3 days at the conference. James told Karen he was going through a divorce himself, that he had his own apartment, that he was essentially free. He texted her afterward, "The problem is that I might be completely in love with you after 3 days." And that's nuts. It was a lie. James wasn't divorced. He wasn't separated. He was living in his home with his wife and 6 children. But Karen Kane didn't know that. She thought she'd met someone who was available. Someone who understood the complications of ending a marriage. What she didn't know was that James Craig had a history of affairs. Throughout his 23-year marriage to Angela, he had been unfaithful, repeatedly, systematically. Angela had discovered his cheating multiple times. In 2018, she had called her sister Tony, sobbing, after James came home and admitted to a 6-month affair. The couple had gone to therapy, both individual and marriage counseling. They had decided to work on their marriage, to stay together for their faith, for their children, for the life they had built. In December 2022, just months before her death, Angela had found something on James's computer, something that made her feel it was impossible to stay with him. She had texted James, confronting him. He denied having an affair. He apologized for suggesting divorce. He told her a partial truth. He'd seen a woman during a trip to Montana, but it wasn't for sexual or intimate purposes. Angela, wanting to believe her husband, wanting to save their marriage, chose to stay and fight for what they had. But James hadn't stopped. He had been using a website called Seeking.com, under the username Jim and Waffles, to meet other women. He'd had multiple affairs that Angela didn't know about, or at least didn't want to believe were happening. And now, in February 2023, he had met Karen Kane, just days after that Las Vegas conference ended. James Craig sat down at a computer in his dental office and began conducting searches. Not searches for marriage counseling, not searches for how to be a better husband. He searched, is there such thing as an undetectable poison? He searched how to make poison from oleander. He searched how to make murder look like a heart attack. He searched how many grams of pure arsenic will kill a human. He searched is arsenic detectable in an autopsy, and then he began to order. On February 27th, while Angela was still unaware of what her husband was planning, James Craig ordered arsenic from Amazon. The package arrived on March 4th, while Angela was visiting her sister in Utah. He had it delivered to his dental office, using a personal email address, the same email address he used to communicate with Karen Kane. When office manager Caitlin Romero asked about personal packages being delivered to the office, James told her it was personal, nothing to worry about. He kept his secrets close. On March 8th, James ordered potassium cyanide from a company called Midland Scientific. In his order notes, he wrote, "Hopefully this is in stock and I can come pick it up tomorrow, March 9. He was eager. He was planning. Phone data would later show that he drove from his home to Midland Scientific on March 8th, checking to see if he could get the cyanide sooner. That same night at 10:50 p.m., a credit card belonging to James Craig was used to purchase 12 packages of Visine eye drops from a King Soopers grocery store in Aurora. 12 packages, not 1 or 2 for occasional use, but 12 enough to extract the active ingredient, tetrahydrozoline, in quantities that would be lethal. These weren't random purchases. These weren't the actions of someone confused or desperate or suicidal themselves, as James would later claim. These were calculated, deliberate steps in a plan to end his wife's life without detection. And it was working. Even as Angela grew sicker, even as she went to the hospital again and again, the doctors couldn't figure out what was wrong. They were treating her symptoms, running standard tests, but they weren't looking for poison. Why would they? The woman in front of them was a devoted mother, active in her church, with a concerned husband at her bedside. There was no reason to suspect that someone was deliberately making her sick. Angela remained hospitalized from March 9th through March 14th. During those 5 days, she underwent test after test. Her condition would improve slightly, giving everyone hope, and then worsen again. It was a cycle that made no medical sense. James continued to play his role. He brought her food when she texted that she was hungry. He sat with her, held her hand, told the medical staff how worried he was. And then when she showed signs of improvement, when it seemed like she might be getting better, he gave her more poison. The surveillance video from the hospital would later show James Craig's movements during those days. The coming and going, the time spent alone with his wife, the opportunity again and again to administer the toxins that were slowly killing her. During this time, while his wife fought for her life in a hospital bed, James Craig made arrangements for Karen Kane to visit him in Colorado. She flew in from Texas between March 8th and 10th. The affair that had begun in Las Vegas continued while Angela lay in a hospital, her organs shutting down from the poison her husband had given her. On March 14th, after 6 days in the hospital, Angela was discharged. The doctors still couldn't definitively say what had caused her symptoms, but she seemed stable enough to go home. Her brother Mark and his wife Renee had driven through a snowstorm to be with her, to help take care of the children. When they saw Angela at the hospital before her discharge, she seemed better than they'd expected from James's descriptions. She was talking, her spirits were positive. She was acting fairly normal given the circumstances. The drive home exhausted her. It was only 9 miles, but she was weak. When she got to the house, though, she could walk on her own. Within an hour of being home, she was online searching for possible causes of her symptoms. She was still trying to solve the mystery of what was wrong with her, still trying to understand why her body had betrayed her so completely. She texted her brother Mark that she was shaking on the inside but not shaking on the outside. She couldn't explain the sensation, this internal trembling that no one else could see. That evening, surveillance cameras in the Craig kitchen captured James making another protein shake for his wife. Whether Angela drank it or not, the record doesn't clearly show, but the pattern was unmistakable. Every time Angela consumed something her husband prepared, she got worse. By March 15th, Angela's condition had deteriorated catastrophically. Whatever she had ingested, whether in that protein shake the night before or something else, James had given her was shutting down her body's systems. She was rushed to the hospital for the 3rd time in less than 2 weeks. This time there would be no recovery. Angela was admitted to University Hospital in Aurora. Her symptoms were severe, extreme lethargy, weakness, neurological distress. The medical team put her on a ventilator, trying desperately to keep her alive while they figured out what was happening. Surveillance footage from the hospital that day tells a chilling story. James Craig is seen walking through the halls, approaching his wife's room. The nurses are there talking with him about Angela's condition. And then something happens in Angela's room. An emergency that pulls all the medical personnel away from their conversation with James. They rush inside to attend to the crisis. In those moments, with everyone's attention diverted, James Craig is captured on camera walking down a hallway. It's a dead-end hallway, the kind that serves no purpose for visitors. The only things down that corridor are an exit door and the hospital's sharps container, where used needles and syringes are disposed of. 7 minutes later, James walks back out and away from that area. What happened in those 7 minutes? Prosecutors would later argue that James Craig gave his wife a final lethal dose of cyanide. Whether through a syringe, through medication he'd tampered with, or through some other means, he ensured that Angela would not survive. On March 16th, at 2 in the morning, Detective Bobby Olson of the Aurora Police Department got a phone call that would change the course of the investigation. James Craig's business partner and longtime friend, Ryan Redfern, and Ryan's wife, Michelle, had reached out to police. They had information they couldn't keep quiet any longer. Days earlier, on March 13th, Caitlin Romero had opened a package at Summerbrook Dental. a package that had been delivered for Dr. Craig. Inside wasn't a ring, as James had initially claimed when questioned about personal packages. Inside was potassium cyanide. Romero had looked up Angela's symptoms online and realized they matched cyanide poisoning. She'd called Jacqueline Calderon, the office manager of an affiliated dental practice. Together, they'd gone to Ryan Redfern, and Redfern, though it meant accusing his friend of 20 years of murder, went to the hospital and told the nurse what they'd found. The hospital staff immediately tested Angela's blood for poisons. What they found was horrifying: lethal levels of cyanide, toxic amounts of tetrahydrozoline, the presence of arsenic. Angela Craig had been systematically poisoned over the course of nearly 2 weeks. But it was too late to save her. On March 18, 2023, Angela Craig was declared brain dead. The woman who had been so full of life just 2 weeks earlier, who had made plans for the future, who had 6 children waiting for her to come home, was gone. Her last words, according to her sister-in-law Renee, were, "Why do I hurt?" She never got her answer. She never knew that the man she'd trusted, the father of her children, the husband she'd forgiven again and again, was the one who had been poisoning her all along. James Craig was arrested on March 19, 2023, one day after his wife died. The arrest warrant was 52 pages long, meticulously detailing the evidence against him, the searches on his computer, the purchases of poison, the timeline that aligned Angela's hospitalizations with James's acquisition of toxic substances, the affair with Karen Kane, the financial troubles that gave him motive. Angela had life insurance policies that could help James get out of debt, but James had one more story to tell. On March 20th, 2 days after Angela's death, he wrote a 4-page timeline of events. In this document, James claimed that Angela had asked him to help her die by suicide. He wrote that she'd been depressed about his affairs, that she wanted him to research poisons for her, that she'd specifically requested arsenic and cyanide. He claimed he'd purchased these substances at her request, that he'd put them in her protein shakes and capsules because she asked him to, that he was simply helping his wife fulfill her wish to end her life. It was a detailed document, carefully crafted to present James as a victim himself, a man torn between his marriage vows and his wife's alleged death wish. He wrote about how he'd figured out which poison would work best, how he must not have calculated the dose correctly the first time, how Angela had chugged down the protein shake laced with arsenic. But the timeline had a fundamental flaw. James ordered the potassium cyanide on March 8th, before Angela was even in the hospital the second time, before she allegedly asked him to help her die. The story didn't match the evidence. Prosecutors would later tell the jury that Angela Craig was not suicidal. Medical professionals who treated her testified that she was desperately trying to figure out what was wrong, so she could get better, so she could return to her children and her life. Friends and family testified that she had plans for the future, that she'd been making arrangements for family events, that she was devoted to her children and her faith. Her sister Toni said that Angela had a broken heart from her husband's affairs, but not a broken mind. Angela's journal, which ended in 2018, contained no mentions of suicide. The woman who spent her final days trying to solve the mystery of her illness, who asked friends to check her blood sugar, who went to urgent care seeking answers, was not someone who wanted to die. James Craig's trial began in July 2025, more than 2 years after Angela's death. Those 2 years had been filled with their own twists and turns, delays that prosecutors described as unlike anything they'd experienced in their careers. While in jail awaiting trial, James Craig had attempted to cover his tracks in increasingly desperate ways. He tried to convince a fellow inmate to help him create false evidence. He offered $20,000 to have someone kill Detective Bobby Olson, the lead investigator in his case. He tried to get another inmate to plant false testimony, to find women who would claim they'd had affairs with James around Christmas 2022, and say that Angela had approached them offering them money to help frame James for murder. He even asked one of his daughters to create a deepfake video of Angela saying she'd asked for the chemicals. The defense would later call these the actions of a desperate, scared, innocent man. Prosecutors saw them differently as a murderer's, increasingly frantic attempts to avoid accountability. The trial lasted 2 weeks. Prosecutors called 48 witnesses. They presented over 1,000 hours of surveillance video from the Craig home video that showed James's movements, his opportunities, his careful preparation. They showed the jury James's internet search history, They called toxicology experts, who explained that Angela had nearly twice the lethal limit of cyanide in her system when she died. They called medical professionals who testified about Angela's fight to live, her desperate attempts to understand what was happening to her. They called the women James had affairs with, including Karen Kane, who testified that she'd been under the impression James was going through a divorce. They called Caitlin Romero, who broke down in tears on the stand, describing the moment she realized her boss might be poisoning his wife. They called Ryan Redfern, who testified about confronting his friend of 20 years, about telling him to stop talking and get a lawyer. And they called Angela's family, her brother Mark Prey, her sister Toni Kofade, her children, some of whom testified about their mother's love for them, about how unusual it was to see her so sick, about the normalcy of protein shakes in their household. The defense presented no witnesses. James Craig himself did not testify. His attorneys argued that the evidence didn't prove James had poisoned Angela, that investigators had tunnel vision and failed to consider other possibilities. They suggested Angela might have taken the poisons herself, that James's history of cheating had broken her and driven her to suicide. They pointed to Angela's journal entries from years earlier, where she'd written about feeling unloved and alone in her marriage. But they couldn't explain away the timeline. They couldn't explain the searches on James's computer that never included words like painless or fast, words someone researching suicide methods might use. Instead, the searches were about detection, about how to make murder look like natural causes, about the toxicity levels of different poisons. They couldn't explain why Angela had spent her final days trying to get better, trying to understand what was wrong, making plans for the future. After more than 8 hours of deliberation over 2 days, on July 30th, 2025, the jury returned their verdict. Guilty of first-degree murder. Guilty of solicitation to commit tampering with physical evidence. Guilty of solicitation to commit perjury. Guilty of solicitation of first-degree murder. The jury had spoken. Angela Craig had not taken her own life. She had not asked her husband to help her die. She had been murdered, slowly and deliberately, by the man who had promised to love and protect her. On July 31st, 2025, Judge Shea Whitaker sentenced James Craig to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus 33 additional years for the other convictions. The evidence, the crime, the verdict, and the sentence all speak for themselves, the judge said. Angela's family gave victim impact statements. They spoke of the woman they'd loved and lost, the devoted mother, the caring sister, the woman with the quick wit and unbounded sense of humor, the woman who had made every moment with her unforgettable. Angela was a devoted mother and a woman of kindness, strength, and grace, Deputy District Attorney Osama Maghrebi said. She trusted the man she married. She believed in their future together, and yet while she cared for their children and worked to hold her family together, her husband was indiscriminately plotting her death. District Attorney Amy Padden spoke about the impact on the children. 6 children now face the rest of their lives without their mother, and with the painful truth that their father is responsible for her death. Detective Bobby Olson, who had spent more than 2 years working on the case, who had survived James Craig's attempt to have her killed, spoke about the investigation. She credited Angela's children for ultimately turning in their father. She called Caitlin Romero and the Redferns heroes for coming forward, for having the courage to speak up even when it meant accusing someone they'd known and trusted. Who could dream this up? Olson asked. Who could even think this? Every twist and turn that it took. The reasons why the trials were continued in this case were something that I've never experienced. At a press conference after the sentencing, a representative for Angela's family read a statement. They said they were elated at the verdict and sentence, though that word seems inadequate for the grief they'll carry forever. This has been an incredibly difficult time for our family, the statement said. Assistant District Attorney Ryan Brackley described the evidence in the case as absolutely stunning. He said it never stopped getting worse, never stopped getting more surreal, more aggravatingly stunning. Reading James Craig's own words to the jury, whether in letters or text, was very, very difficult, Brackley said, knowing what they meant. In the quiet aftermath of the trial, after the verdicts were read and the sentence was imposed, after the media attention faded and the journalist moved on to other stories, there are still questions that linger in the darkness. What was James Craig thinking as he searched how to make murder look like a heart attack? Did he feel any remorse as he watched his wife suffer? When she texted him about feeling dizzy and drugged, when she looked to him for comfort and answers, what did he feel? How did he reconcile his actions with his faith, with the church community where he was an active member, with the values he claimed to hold? How did he continue to go to work, to treat patients, to present a normal facade, knowing what he was doing to the mother of his children? And perhaps most haunting, at what point did James Craig decide that murder was easier than divorce? When did he cross that line from unfaithful husband to calculating killer? Was it when he met Karen Kane in Las Vegas and felt the pull of a new relationship? Was it earlier during one of his many other affairs? Was it a slow descent or a sudden fall? We may never know the answers. James Craig maintained his innocence throughout the trial. He never took the stand to explain himself. He offered no apology, no expression of remorse, no acknowledgement of the devastation he caused. What we do know is this. Angela Craig was 43 years old when she died. She was a mother, a daughter, a sister, a friend. She was intelligent and energetic. She had an unbounded sense of humor. She loved her children fiercely. She was devoted to her faith and her community. She worked alongside her husband at his dental practice, supporting his career and their family. And she deserved better than the death she received. In the small, quiet moments that make up a life, Angela Craig had been extraordinary in her ordinariness. She drove carpool and directed the church choir. She homeschooled and managed the dental office. She worked out on her stationary bike and researched family genealogy. She made protein shakes and packed lunches. She loved and forgave, again and again. These are not the things that make headlines. They're not dramatic or sensational. They're simply the building blocks of a life lived in service to others, to family, to faith, to community. But they mattered. She mattered. The 6 children she left behind will grow up without her guidance, without her humor, without her love. They'll graduate and marry and have children of their own. And she won't be there to see it. They'll face challenges and triumphs, heartbreaks and joys. And their mother won't be there to share them. That loss is immeasurable. It echoes forward through time, touching not just Angela's children, but her grandchildren who will never know her, great-grandchildren who will only hear stories. The genealogist who loved preserving family history became a tragedy in that history, a cautionary tale about trust and betrayal, about the masks people wear, about the danger that can hide behind a familiar face. Her family has worked to preserve her memory not as a victim, but as the vibrant woman she was. They speak of her intelligence, her energy, her devotion. They remember her laugh, her kindness, the way she made every moment unforgettable. She made every moment with her unforgettable, her brother-in-law Mark Prey said, reading a family statement. It's a beautiful tribute to a beautiful life, cut short by cruelty and calculation. The house in Aurora still stands. The dental practice eventually closed. The children are being raised by family members who love them. We're trying to help them process the unimaginable trauma of losing both parents in one terrible act. One to death, one to prison. James Craig will spend the rest of his life behind bars. There will be no parole hearings, no second chances, no opportunities for redemption in the eyes of the law. He is 47 years old now. He will die in prison. Remembered not as a successful dentist or active church member, or devoted father, but as the man who slowly poisoned his wife over the course of 2 weeks. Detective Bobby Olson, who James tried to have killed, continues her work at the Aurora Police Department. The threat against her life only strengthened her resolve to see justice done for Angela. It all of a sudden made sense. She testified about the moment the medical staff learned about the cyanide. They're like, we couldn't figure this out. We couldn't figure out what was wrong. That's perhaps the cruelest aspect of this crime. The confusion and frustration Angela must have felt in those final days. The woman who was so proactive about her health, who researched her symptoms, who asked friends to help her understand what was happening to her body, was fighting against an invisible enemy. She was being murdered by the person who should have protected her most. Her final words, "Why do I hurt?" will echo forever in the hearts of those who loved her. The answer, the terrible truth she never learned, was that she hurt because the man she trusted had betrayed her in the most fundamental way possible. She hurt because he had chosen his own desires over her life. She hurt because he had decided that murder was more convenient than the hard work of ending a marriage honorably. As the night deepens and this story comes to a close, let us remember Angela Craig not for how she died, but for how she lived. Let us remember her devotion to her children, her service to her faith, her energy and intelligence and humor. Let us remember that behind every true crime story is a real person with dreams and hopes and people who love them. Let us remember that Angela Craig wanted to live. She fought to understand what was wrong with her because she wanted to get better, to return to her children, to continue the life she'd built. She did not want to die, and the jury's verdict affirmed that truth, rejecting the defense's suggestion of suicide, affirming that Angela was murdered, that her life was taken from her without her knowledge or consent. The Craig home in Aurora is quiet now. The laughter of 6 children has been replaced by the heavy silence of grief. But in that silence there is also memory. The memory of a woman who gave everything for her family, who deserved so much better than she received, who will be remembered with love long after the details of this crime have faded from the headlines. Rest peacefully, Angela. Your story has been told. Your truth has been heard. Justice, however imperfect and incomplete, has been served. And may those who hear this story carry forward not just the tragedy of how you died, but the beauty of how you lived. Please, I'm just putting it out there. If you're still awake and listening, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from, the time in your part of the world, or just say something to let me know you're still with me. And of course, if you haven't already, like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story for sleep. Now, let's move on to our 4th story. Story 4. Sometimes the smallest things hold the greatest power. A single sparkle of light. A fleck of color barely visible to the naked eye. Tonight we're going to explore a case where something as delicate as glitter became the key to solving one of California's most disturbing crimes. This is the story of Megan Barroso, a young woman whose life was stolen on what should have been a night of celebration, and the painstaking investigation that brought her killer to justice. So as we settle in, let me tell you about a 4th of July that would forever change a community. The summer of 2001 in Ventura County, California, was like most summers there. Warm days stretched into pleasant evenings. The smell of the Pacific Ocean carried inland on gentle breezes. In the city of Moorpark, about 50 miles northwest of Los Angeles, residents were preparing for the 4th of July, with the kind of enthusiasm reserved for America's most patriotic holiday. Megan Barroso was 20 years old that summer. She was a part-time student at Moorpark Community College, working toward her future with the kind of quiet determination her friends and family knew well. She had long dark hair, a warm smile, and the kind of presence that made people feel comfortable. She wasn't someone who sought the spotlight, but rather someone who made the spotlight brighter for those around her. On the evening of July 4th, Megan made plans with her best friend, Lindsay Gross. The 2 young women had that rare kind of friendship that needs no explanation. They simply understood each other in the way that the closest friends do. Lindsay's family was hosting a barbecue, and Megan arrived in good spirits, ready to celebrate the holiday. The evening unfolded in the comfortable, predictable way that summer gatherings do. There was food and laughter. Friends came and went. As darkness began to fall, Megan and Lindsay decided to head to Silver Strand Beach to watch the fireworks. The beach was crowded with families and groups of friends, all gathered to watch the sky explode in colors above the Pacific. The fireworks display was spectacular. Bursts of red, white, and blue illuminated the night sky, reflecting off the dark water. Megan and Lindsay met up with some friends from high school there on the beach. The group fell into easy conversation, enjoying the festive atmosphere that only the 4th of July can create. At some point during the evening, someone in their group had brought along a container of red glitter. It was the kind of playful accessory that shows up at celebrations, meant to add a little sparkle to the festivities. As young friends often do, they began playfully sprinkling the glitter on each other. Lindsay took a pinch of the fine, shimmering powder and gently tossed it onto Megan's dark hair where it caught the light from the fireworks overhead. That glitter, that simple, festive gesture between friends, would eventually become one of the most crucial pieces of evidence in a murder investigation. But in that moment, it was just glitter. Just friends being young and carefree on a summer night. Around 10:30 in the evening, Megan and Lindsay decided to leave the beach. They drove to a friend's apartment in nearby Newbury Park, where the celebration continued. The group watched movies, talked, and enjoyed each other's company as the hours slipped by. It was well past midnight when Megan decided it was time to head home. Her house in Moorpark was only a short drive away. At approximately 2:45 in the morning, she said her goodbyes. She hugged Lindsay, still wearing the white capri pants and green jacket with orange lining that she'd worn to the beach. The red glitter still sparkled in her hair under the apartment lights. She walked out to her car. A rental vehicle, a white Pontiac Grand Am. She slid into the driver's seat, started the engine, and pulled away from the curb. The streets were mostly empty at this hour. The fireworks were long over. Most people were home, sleeping off their celebrations. Megan headed toward the 23 freeway, taking the route she'd driven countless times before. It should have been a 15-minute drive, maybe 20. She should have arrived home safely, crawled into bed, and woken up the next morning with memories of fireworks and friends. But Megan Barroso would never make it home that night. And in the darkness, on a stretch of freeway that should have been safe, her life was about to intersect with a monster who had been terrorizing Ventura County for years. As dawn broke on July 5, 2001, a California Highway Patrol officer was making his regular rounds along the 23 freeway. Near an underpass, close to the Los Angeles Avenue off-ramp, something caught his attention. A white Pontiac Grand Am sat abandoned on the center median, its engine still running, driver's door slightly ajar. The officer approached cautiously. The car was empty. No driver, no passengers. But as he got closer, the scene became increasingly disturbing. The windshield was shattered, riddled with bullet holes. 5 in total, most of them concentrated on the driver's side. The glass was starred and fractured, with some pieces missing entirely. Inside the vehicle, the officer found blood. Not just a small amount, but enough to paint a grim picture. There was blood on the driver's seat, blood on the steering wheel, blood on the gear shift. The entire driver's side area was contaminated with it, suggesting that whoever had been driving this car had been seriously injured. And yet, despite the blood, despite the bullet holes, there was no body. No victim, just an abandoned car with its engine running, sitting alone in the early morning light. The officer immediately called for backup and investigators. By the time Detective Tim Lorenzen of the Ventura County Sheriff's Office arrived at the scene, the sun was fully up and the reality of what they were dealing with began to sink in. Inside the car, investigators found a purse. Inside the purse was identification for Megan Barroso, the 20-year-old from Moorpark. Her cell phone was still in the vehicle. One of her sandals lay on the floor. Everything suggested that Megan had been forced from this car in a violent confrontation. The amount of blood troubled Detective Lorenzen deeply. He would later recall, "We knew she was injured fairly significantly because of the amount of blood we found. It was very important that we find her as soon as we could." Scattered on the roadway near the vehicle, investigators found shell casings. These weren't from a handgun or a typical weapon. Initial analysis suggested they were from something more powerful. Much more powerful. The location where the car was found was significant. It was less than 4 miles from Megan's home. She had been so close to safety, so close to making it through the door and into bed. Whatever had happened to her had occurred in those final few miles, in the early morning darkness when most of the world was asleep. A massive search operation was launched immediately. Sheriff's deputies, search and rescue teams, and volunteers combed the area around where the car was found. They searched ravines, hillsides, and brush. They used helicopters and search dogs. But day after day, they found nothing. Megan's parents were notified that their daughter was missing. The news was devastating. The car, the blood, the bullet holes, it all pointed to something terrible. But without a body, without witnesses, without Megan herself, all they could do was wait and hope and pray that somehow, some way, she was still alive. Detective Lorenzen began the painstaking process of interviewing everyone who had been with Megan on July 4th. Her best friend Lindsay Gross described the evening in detail. The barbecue, the beach, the fireworks, the glitter. She mentioned that a young man at the party had shown some interest in Megan, who had politely rebuffed his advances. Could this be connected? Investigators looked into every person who had been in contact with Megan that night. They checked alibis. They conducted interviews. The young man who had shown interest in Megan, he had a solid alibi, confirmed by multiple witnesses. Everyone who had been at the gathering checked out. None of them were involved. On July 10th, investigators received information from the car rental company that would prove both helpful and frustrating. The Pontiac Grand Am was equipped with an event data recorder, similar to a black box on an airplane. This device recorded certain data about the vehicle's operation in the moments before the crash. The data recorder revealed that just before Megan's car struck the median barrier, it had been traveling at high speed. This suggested that she was fleeing from something or someone. She had been trying to escape, but the recorder could provide no information about what she was fleeing from, or who might have been chasing her. Meanwhile, the ballistics team was working on the shell casings found at the scene. When the results came back, they confirmed what investigators had suspected. The casings were from an AK-47 assault rifle. This wasn't a handgun or a shotgun. Someone had opened fire on Megan's vehicle with a military-style weapon. The investigation was at a standstill. They had a victim who was missing and presumed injured or dead. They had physical evidence of a violent attack. They had shell casings from a powerful weapon, but they had no witnesses, no suspects, and no body. 3 weeks passed. Then 4. The hope of finding Megan alive grew dimmer with each passing day. Her family held vigils. The community offered rewards for information, but no solid leads emerged. And then, on July 26, 2001, something completely unexpected happened. Something that would eventually crack this case wide open, though at the time no one realized the connection. To understand what happened next, we need to go back 5 years, to 1996. About 13 miles from Moorpark lies the city of Simi Valley, a suburban community known for its safety and family-friendly atmosphere. In 1998, it was even named the safest large city in the United States, based on FBI crime statistics. But beneath this veneer of safety, something dark was stalking the streets of Simi Valley. Beginning in September 1996, a series of disturbing sexual assaults began to occur. The attacks followed a pattern. The perpetrator targeted young women, most of them teenagers, many with dark hair. He would break into their homes in the middle of the night, often while their family slept in adjacent rooms. The attacker was meticulous and careful. He wore a ski mask and gloves. He studied his victims before attacking, sometimes videotaping them through their bedroom windows. He knew their names. He knew details about their families. During the assaults, he would threaten them with specific personal information. "Do you want me to kill your grandmother?" he told one victim, demonstrating that he had been watching, learning, preparing. The attacks were brutal. He would hold a knife to his victims' throats. He would force pillows over their heads during the assaults. Sometimes he would kidnap them, driving them to remote locations. In several cases, he didn't complete the sexual assault, but would still brutalize and terrorize his victims. By 2001, the Simi Valley rapist, as he became known, had attacked at least 15 women over 5 years. Despite an extensive investigation, despite DNA evidence left at some crime scenes, police couldn't identify him. The DNA didn't match anyone in their databases. The masked attacker remained a phantom. Then came July 26, 2001. Vincent Sanchez, a 31-year-old unemployed carpenter and electrician, was arrested for burglarizing his neighbor's home on Woodrow Avenue in Simi Valley. It was a relatively routine arrest for a property crime. Sanchez was taken into custody and held at the police station. While in custody, Sanchez made a phone call to his roommate. The call was frantic, urgent. He told his roommate that there was a bag in the recycling bin outside their house. The bag contained some photographs of his girlfriend, Sanchez claimed, and he needed his roommate to get rid of it, immediately. The roommate, suspicious of this odd request, went to the recycling bin. He found the bag. Inside were items that made his blood run cold. There were photographs of naked women, videos showing women bound and gagged, women's underwear, jewelry, and most disturbing of all, there was a homemade videotape showing a masked man violently raping a screaming woman. The roommate recognized his roommate's voice on the tape. Even with the ski mask, he knew it was Vincent Sanchez. He immediately called 911. When Simi Valley police reviewed the videos, they experienced a moment of horrible recognition. Several of the women in these tapes were known to them. They were victims of the Simi Valley rapist. After 5 years, after 15 attacks, they finally had their suspect. But Vincent Sanchez's arrest would reveal something even more disturbing. During the search of Sanchez's residence and vehicle following his arrest, investigators made several discoveries. In his home, they found items that belonged to various victims, and they found a weapon, an AK-47 assault rifle. More specifically, they found that Sanchez's roommate owned an AK-47, and that Sanchez had borrowed it weeks earlier. When Detective Lorenzen of the Ventura County Sheriff's Office heard about Sanchez's arrest, something clicked. The Simi Valley rapes were only 13 miles from where Megan Barroso had disappeared. Could there be a connection? Lorenzen reached out to Simi Valley police. They had already made the same connection. The shell casings found at the scene where Megan's car was abandoned were tested against Sanchez's roommate's AK-47. The cleaning rod was missing from the rifle, and a cleaning rod had been found at the scene of Megan's disappearance. The shell casings matched. They came from the same weapon. Vincent Sanchez, the Simi Valley rapist, was now the prime suspect in Megan Barroso's disappearance. But there was still a massive problem. They didn't have Megan's body. They needed to find her. They needed to prove what had happened to her. And they needed physical evidence that would stand up in court. A search warrant was obtained for Sanchez's truck. The vehicle had been thoroughly cleaned, washed inside and out. It appeared that Sanchez had tried to eliminate any evidence. But forensic investigators don't give up easily. They went over every inch of that truck with specialized equipment. Using tape lifts on the upholstery, they found something. Tiny specks, nearly invisible to the naked eye. Red glitter. They found more red glitter in the green jacket with orange lining that had been discovered in a trash bin outside Sanchez's home. The jacket matched the description of what Megan had been wearing on July 4th. It had a bullet hole in it, and then when they examined the AK-47 rifle, they found a single microscopic speck of red glitter. The investigators contacted Lindsay Gross again. Did she remember the glitter from the beach? Of course she did. She still had the container. She brought it to the investigators. The glitter was sent to Edwin Jones, a forensic scientist with the Ventura County Crime Lab, who maintained one of the largest collections of glitter samples in the world, nearly 1,000 different types. Glitter, as it turns out, is an exceptional form of forensic evidence. Each manufacturer creates glitter with specific characteristics: size, shape, color composition, coating. While glitter might look the same to the casual observer, under microscopic analysis, different glitters are as unique as fingerprints. Jones examined the glitter from Lindsay's container. He examined the glitter found in Sanchez's truck. He examined the glitter from the jacket. He examined the speck found on the rifle. Using comparison microscopy and spectral analysis, he determined that all of the glitter samples were identical. They came from the same source. The case was coming together. But they still didn't have Megan's body. They still didn't know what had happened to her in those final hours. On August 3rd, 2001, nearly a month after Megan disappeared, a search team was working through a remote area of Black Canyon, just outside Simi Valley city limits. The canyon was rugged, filled with ravines and thick brush. It was the kind of place where something or someone could remain hidden for a very long time. At the bottom of a 50-foot ravine, approximately 15 miles from where Megan's car had been found, a searcher made a grim discovery: human remains, badly decomposed after nearly a month in the summer heat. The body was in a fetal position, one arm bent under the head, as if the person were sleeping. The positioning was significant. It suggested the person had been alive when left there, had curled up in that position, and had died there alone. The remains were wearing a t-shirt and underwear. But notably, the white capri pants that Megan had been wearing on July 4th were missing. There was twine near the neck and waist, and even after weeks of exposure and decomposition, there was still red glitter visible in the hair and on the clothing. A claddagh ring on one finger confirmed the identity. This was Megan Barroso. The medical examiner, Dr. Ronald O'Halloran, conducted an autopsy. Due to the advanced state of decomposition, many details were impossible to determine, but he was able to recover bullet fragments and determine the cause of death: a single gunshot wound to the abdomen. The forensic evidence suggested a terrifying scenario. Megan had been shot through her car, the bullet entering her abdomen. Despite this catastrophic injury, she had likely survived for some time. The medical examiner believed she was still alive when Sanchez dumped her in that ravine. She had been left there to die, bleeding internally, alone in the darkness, while Sanchez drove away with her pants as a trophy. The missing pants, combined with Sanchez's history as a serial rapist and the physical evidence, suggested that Megan had been sexually assaulted, though the condition of her remains made definitive proof impossible. With Megan's body recovered and Vincent Sanchez in custody, prosecutors began building their case. It was complex, weaving together physical evidence, forensic analysis, and criminal psychology. Edwin Jones, the forensic scientist working with the glitter evidence, didn't initially believe that the Simi Valley rapist could be responsible for Megan's abduction and murder. The crimes seemed too different. The rapist was known for being meticulous, careful, controlled. He would sometimes flee if a victim screamed or fought back. The attack on Megan was different. It was violent, aggressive, explosive. But as Jones worked with the evidence, as he examined the glitter under his microscope and saw the undeniable matches, he had to accept the truth. The same person who had carefully stalked young women in their homes had also committed this brutal highway attack. What had changed? Why had Vincent Sanchez escalated from rape to murder? Investigators pieced together Sanchez's life story. He was one of 8 children, raised by Margaret and Mariano Sanchez in what acquaintances described as a strict but loving household. His father worked in construction. By most accounts, it was a normal family, but Vincent Sanchez had always had problems. He dropped out of high school in Simi Valley. At 21, he moved to Lancaster and began a tumultuous relationship with a 17-year-old woman who had a young child from a previous relationship. In March 1992, both Sanchez and his girlfriend were charged with child abuse when the 1-year-old girl was rushed to the hospital struggling to breathe. Sanchez served less than 2 years in prison for this offense. After his release, he moved back to Simi Valley and began working in construction and as an electrician. It was around this time, in 1996, that the Simi Valley rapes began. For 5 years, Sanchez maintained a pattern. He was calculated, methodical. He planned his attacks carefully. He wore disguises and gloves. He left minimal evidence. He studied his victims before attacking them, learning their routines, their family situations, even their names. On July 4th, 2001, Vincent Sanchez apparently spent part of the evening at a party in Simi Valley. According to testimony, he left the party in the early morning hours, driving his truck and armed with the AK-47 he had taken from his roommate. What happened next can only be reconstructed from physical evidence, but investigators believe they understand the sequence of events. Sanchez was driving on the 23 freeway in the early morning hours of July 5th. Whether he was specifically hunting for a victim or simply found himself on the same road as Megan Barroso by chance is unknown, but when he saw her car, when he saw a young woman with dark hair driving alone at nearly 3 in the morning, something in him activated. He began following her. Megan, perhaps noticing the truck behind her, accelerated. The data recorder in her car showed she was traveling at high speed in those final moments. She knew she was in danger. She was trying to escape. Sanchez pulled alongside her. He raised the AK-47 and opened fire. 5 shots went through the vehicle, most into the windshield. At least 1 bullet struck Megan in the abdomen. A devastating wound. Megan tried to reach for her phone, probably to call 911, but she lost control of the vehicle. The car struck the median barrier and came to rest, engine still running. Despite being shot, despite the terrible pain, Megan was still conscious. Sanchez pulled his truck over. He approached the damaged vehicle. Megan was injured but alive, bleeding heavily. Sanchez forcibly removed her from the car. As he did so, the red glitter in her hair began transferring to his truck, to his rifle, to the jacket he took from her. He forced her into his vehicle and drove approximately 15 miles to Black Canyon. Based on the roommate's testimony, Sanchez arrived home with visible scratches on his face, suggesting Megan had fought him. He was withdrawn, only emerging from his room at night. The behavior of someone who knew they had done something terrible. Medical experts believe Megan was alive when Sanchez left her in that ravine. The internal bleeding from the gunshot wound would have taken time to kill her. She lay there in the darkness, alone, as life slowly left her body. The position of her remains curled in a fetal position, as if sleeping suggested she had maintained consciousness for at least some time after being abandoned. Sanchez took her pants, likely as a trophy. consistent with his pattern of taking items from his victims. He also took her green jacket, which he later disposed of in a trash bin outside his home. On July 9th, just 5 days after murdering Megan Barroso, Vincent Sanchez attacked another woman in Woodland Hills. This victim survived, and her attack was later connected to the Simi Valley rape series. In October 2001, Vincent Sanchez pleaded guilty to being the Simi Valley rapist. He was sentenced to life in prison for those crimes, but that was only the beginning of his legal troubles. He was also charged with the first-degree murder of Megan Barroso, with special circumstances alleging the murder was committed during the commission of rape and kidnapping. These special circumstances made him eligible for the death penalty. Initially, when questioned by police about Megan's murder, Sanchez was evasive. He claimed he didn't know her, didn't know what detectives were talking about. But as the evidence mounted, the ballistics, the glitter, the jacket, the blood in his truck, his denials became impossible to maintain. At one point, Sanchez attempted to enter a plea bargain. He offered to plead guilty to murder without specifying the degree, hoping to avoid the death penalty. He admitted to killing Megan, but claimed he had not sexually assaulted her, arguing that without the sexual assault special circumstance, he should not face execution. The prosecution rejected this plea. They had evidence suggesting sexual assault, the missing pants, Sanchez's history as a serial rapist, the nature of the crime. They moved forward with the full case. The trial began in 2003. The prosecution, led by Chief Deputy District Attorney Lela Henke-Dobroff, presented their evidence methodically. They showed the jury photos of Megan's bullet-riddled car. They presented the ballistics evidence linking the shell casings to the AK-47. They brought in Edwin Jones to explain the glitter evidence, and how these microscopic specks proved Megan had been in Sanchez's truck and that her jacket had been handled by him. They presented testimony from Megan's friends about that final night. They showed the jury the videos Sanchez had made of himself assaulting other women, demonstrating his pattern of violence against young women with dark hair. They showed that Megan's white capri pants had never been recovered, that her body was found without them, and argued this was proof of sexual assault, even though the condition of her remains made definitive physical evidence impossible. The defense team, led by attorney Neil Quinn, had a difficult task. They couldn't deny that Sanchez had killed Megan. The evidence was overwhelming. Their strategy was to avoid the death penalty by arguing that the murder was a crime of rage, an opportunity, not a planned kidnapping and rape. They claimed that Sanchez had shot at Megan's car impulsively, perhaps in a moment of rage, or under the influence of substances, and that what followed was an attempt to cover up the shooting, not a premeditated sexual assault. But the jury wasn't convinced. They saw the pattern in Sanchez's behavior, the 5 years of targeting young women with dark hair, the escalating violence, the trophies he took from victims. When they looked at what happened to Megan Barroso, they saw not a random act of violence, but the culmination of a predator's evolution. During the penalty phase, the jury had to decide life in prison without parole, or death. Given Sanchez's history, given the brutal nature of Megan's death, given that she had likely been alive when he abandoned her in that ravine, the jury sentenced Vincent Sanchez to death. He was sent to San Quentin State Prison's death row. However, executions in California were frozen by court order in 2006 due to concerns about execution methods. Vincent Sanchez will never be executed. He will instead spend the remainder of his life in prison, and he is now in his mid-50s, living out his days in a cell. The murder of Megan Barroso devastated her family and community. She was a young woman with her entire life ahead of her. She had dreams, plans, people who loved her, and in the space of a few violent minutes, all of that was stolen from her. Her best friend Lindsay Gross has had to live with the memory of that last goodbye, while playfully sprinkling glitter in Megan's hair, not knowing it would be one of the last moments they would share. That innocent gesture of friendship became a crucial piece of evidence. But it's also a reminder of how fragile life is, how quickly everything can change. The case had a profound impact on law enforcement as well. Detective Tim Lorenzen and Commander Rick Barrios, who worked tirelessly on the investigation, have spoken about how the case stayed with them. The image of Megan lying in that ravine, still alive, slowly dying alone, is one that haunts the investigators who worked to find her. Edwin Jones, the forensic scientist who analyzed the glitter, has since used this case as a teaching example of the power of trace evidence. In an era where DNA analysis dominates forensic science, the Megan Barroso case demonstrates that sometimes the smallest, most seemingly insignificant details, a speck of glitter, a single fiber, a grain of pollen, can solve a case. The case also revealed how a serial predator can hide in plain sight for years. Vincent Sanchez lived in what was considered one of America's safest cities. He came from what appeared to be a normal family. He worked regular jobs. His neighbors and roommates had no idea that he was stalking and assaulting young women. The progression of his crimes is particularly chilling. He started with break-ins and sexual assaults, carefully controlling the situation, wearing disguises, leaving minimal evidence. But over 5 years his confidence grew and his violence escalated. By the time he encountered Megan Barroso on that July morning, he had evolved into something more dangerous. Someone willing to use lethal force, to kidnap at gunpoint, to leave his victim to die slowly in a ravine. For the families of the other Simi Valley rape victims, Sanchez's arrest brought relief, but also raised difficult questions. If he had been caught earlier, would Megan still be alive? It's a question that has no satisfying answer. The case has been featured on multiple true crime television shows, including Forensic Files and Homicide for the Holidays. Each retelling serves as both a memorial to Megan and a reminder of the dedication required to solve complex crimes. The investigation involved hundreds of hours of work, analysis of countless pieces of evidence, and the cooperation of multiple law enforcement agencies. As we come to the end of Megan's story, it's important to remember that behind every true crime case is a real person whose life had value and meaning. Megan Barroso was more than a victim in a case file. She was a daughter, a friend, a student with hopes for the future. She loved spending time at the beach with her friends. She was the kind of person who made others feel comfortable and valued. On what should have been a celebration of freedom and independence, Megan's freedom was taken from her, on a road less than 4 miles from her home. She encountered evil in its purest form, but her case also demonstrates something important about the pursuit of justice. It shows how dedicated investigators refuse to give up, how forensic scientists find meaning in microscopic details, how a community comes together to demand answers. The tiny specks of red glitter that Lindsay playfully sprinkled in her friend's hair became a thread that connected Megan to her killer, that told the story of what happened to her when there were no witnesses to tell it themselves. Vincent Sanchez tried to erase the evidence. He washed his truck. He threw away Megan's jacket. He cleaned his rifle. But glitter, as investigators learned, is nearly impossible to completely eliminate. It clings to surfaces, works its way into fabrics, remains visible under the right light and the right microscope. Those tiny sparkles of red became Megan's voice, telling investigators what had happened to her. Justice in this case took the form of a death sentence, though one that will never be carried out. Vincent Sanchez will die in prison, decades from now, of old age or illness. He will never again have the opportunity to hurt another young woman. The streets of Simi Valley are safer because he was caught, but justice doesn't bring Megan back. It doesn't undo the terror she felt in those final hours. It doesn't heal her family's grief, or restore the life she should have lived. What it does do is provide closure. It answers questions. It ensures that the person responsible is held accountable. And it reminds us that even in the darkest crimes, even when it seems impossible, dedicated people working together can find the truth. So the murder of Megan Barroso is a story about violence and tragedy. Yes, but it's also a story about perseverance, about the painstaking work of forensic science, about the small details that can crack a case wide open. It's a story about how something as innocent as glitter can become a beacon of truth. And perhaps most importantly, it's a reminder to hold the people we love close, to cherish the ordinary moments, the beach trips, the fireworks, the playful gestures between friends, because we never know which moments will be our last. Megan Barroso's story ended far too soon, in a way that no one should have to endure. But by telling her story, by remembering not just how she died but how she lived, we ensure that she is more than a case number, more than a victim in a file. She was Megan, and she mattered. Please, if you're still awake, let's move on to our last story. Story 5. In the quiet town of East Kilbride, just outside Glasgow, Scotland, autumn 2024 arrived with its usual grey skies and early sunsets. The streets of this former new town, designed in the 1940s to house Glasgow's overspilled population, had become a tapestry of ordinary lives. People going to work, coming home, ordering takeaways on Saturday nights. Glenlee was one of those unremarkable residential streets where neighbors knew each other, just enough to nod hello, but not so much that they'd notice when something was terribly irrevocably wrong. Phoenix Spencer Horn was 21 years old. Just 21. She had been alive for exactly 21 years and 34 days, when her life ended. A detail that would later be read aloud in a courtroom by a judge struggling to comprehend the senselessness of what had happened. She went by Fee to those who loved her, a nickname that seemed to capture something bright and essential about her, like a spark or a flame. She worked 2 part-time jobs, one at the Strathaven Hotel and another at a local coffee shop. Her coworkers would later describe her as being in good spirits on that final day, November 16th. She had no way of knowing that the shift she worked that Saturday would be her last, that the text messages she sent to her mother would be the last genuine words she'd ever write, that the takeaway she'd order that evening would be her final meal. Phoenix had met Ewan Methvin at a family party 2 years earlier. He was 25 then, working as a postman for Royal Mail. And to all outward appearances, he seemed like a decent enough person. Decent enough that Phoenix's family welcomed him into their lives. Decent enough that he became what one would call a trusted member of the family. Over those 2 years, Methvin wasn't just Phoenix's boyfriend. He was adopted into the Spencer Horn family circle, invited to gatherings, treated as one of their own. They moved in together to a top-floor flat on Glenlee in East Kilbride. It was the kind of modest apartment that young couples across Britain share. Not glamorous, but theirs. A place where they could build something. Or so Phoenix might have thought. She was standing, as a judge would later say, at the threshold of what should have been a long and fulfilling life. But something was growing in that flat. Something dark and possessive that Phoenix may not have fully recognized. Methvin was developing dependencies on cocaine, on steroids, on pornography. Later, his defense would claim he'd recognized he had an addiction problem in 2024, though he'd written that the harm from these addictions could only be harm to himself. How wrong that assessment would prove to be. That Saturday started like so many others. Methvin went to work at the Royal Mail in the morning. He told a colleague he was planning to go home and chill afterward. Phoenix was working her waitressing shift at the hotel, moving between tables, taking orders, delivering food and drinks to customers who would never know they were among the last people to see her alive. But something was eating at Methvin. During Phoenix's shift, he sent her a text message. He complained that her waitressing shifts made him feel lonely. Think about that word for a moment. Lonely. Not abandoned, not worried, not missing her. Lonely, as if her absence, her work, her independence were somehow personal affronts to him. Phoenix, in what would become one of her final acts, apologized to him. She texted back, expressing regret for making him feel that way. It's a small detail, but it speaks volumes about who she was. Someone who cared about others' feelings, even when she had no reason to apologize for living her own life. Around 8 o'clock that evening, Methvin placed an order for a takeaway. When the delivery driver arrived at the top-floor flat, he would later report that Methvin appeared normal. Not drunk, not under the influence. Just an ordinary customer receiving an ordinary order on an ordinary Saturday night. At 9:37 p.m., Phoenix sent her mother, Alison Spencer, a text message. They were at home having dinner, she wrote. It was a simple, domestic message. The kind of update that children send parents thousands of times without thinking. We're eating dinner. Nothing unusual. Nothing alarming. Alison Spencer couldn't have known, as she read those words, that they would be the last genuine communication she would ever receive from her daughter. The downstairs neighbor heard it first. Around midnight, there was a loud noise from the flat above, loud enough to be concerning, followed by hurried footsteps. The kind of sounds that make you pause what you're doing and look up at the ceiling, wondering what's happening up there. But neighbors in flats hear noises all the time. People argue, things fall. Life is loud sometimes. What the neighbor didn't know, couldn't have known, was that those sounds marked the moment when Ewan Methvin attacked Phoenix Spencer Horn. He used 3 knives. Think about that. One knife wasn't enough for what he intended to do. He needed 3. The attack was frenzied, brutal, and methodical all at once. He strangled her first, compressing her neck. Then came the stabbing, 20 wounds in total. 10 of those were to her face. 10, each one a separate decision, a separate action, a separate moment when he could have stopped, but didn't. The fatal wound was to her chest. But he didn't stop there. There were stab wounds to other parts of her body, including her buttocks. The pathologist would later believe she might have been attacked first in the bathroom before being dragged into the hallway, though a bloodied knife was also found in the bedroom. The geography of violence painted across their small flat. But Methvin wasn't finished. What came next would transform an already horrific murder into something that would shock even experienced prosecutors and judges. He decapitated Phoenix. Then he attempted to dismember her further, trying to remove her limbs and torso from her body. He failed in this gruesome task, but not for lack of trying. Her mutilated body would eventually be found hidden under a towel in the hallway of their home. Most people, after committing such an act, would panic. They would call for help, or flee, or break down completely. Ewan Methvin did none of these things. Instead, he embarked on what can only be described as a weekend of depravity. At 2:40 a.m., just hours after murdering Phoenix, Methvin messaged a drug dealer trying to buy cocaine. He would send similar messages throughout the following day, and into the early hours of November 18th. The man who would later claim to have been in a drug-induced blackout during the murder was clear-headed enough, it seemed, to seek out more drugs immediately afterward. But that wasn't all he did. Starting around 8:00 a.m. on November 17th, and continuing until approximately 6:30 p.m. that evening, Methvin accessed internet pornography. According to forensic analysis of his devices, he accessed pornographic video sites 70 times. 170 times. Over the course of approximately 10 hours, while Phoenix's body lay in the hallway, he sat in that flat searching for and viewing pornography. He also took Phoenix's phone and began impersonating her in text messages to her mother. On the morning of November 17th, Allison Spencer tried to reach her daughter. Methvin replied from Phoenix's phone, "Hey, Fitz isn't up yet. I'll get her to text you when she is X." Later, still pretending to be Phoenix, he sent, "Hey, sorry I've just woken up YXX." In another message, he claimed she was all good. Imagine being Allison Spencer, receiving these messages, having no reason to doubt they were from your daughter. Imagine the normalcy of it. Your child sleeping in, being too tired to text right away, just living their life. Now imagine learning the truth, that while you were reading these casual loving messages, your daughter was already dead, and the person sending them was her killer. Throughout the weekend, Methvin also drove around town in Phoenix's red Vauxhall Corsa. He scrolled through her phone. He tried multiple times to purchase more cocaine. He lived in that flat with what he had done for 2 full days. Phoenix was supposed to work on November 18th. She didn't show up. She couldn't be contacted. This wasn't like her. At approximately midday on Monday, November 18th, 2024, 2 days after he killed her, Ewan Methvin finally dialed 999. "I had a psychotic break and killed my wife," he told the emergency call handler. They weren't married, but in that moment, whether out of panic or habit or some twisted attempt to make it sound more tragic, he called Phoenix his wife. He continued, "We were messing about. I take steroids and was taking cocaine and alcohol. I think there was something else in it. It was fucking horrible." When asked to describe the scene, he replied, "It was fucking horrible. I know she is dead, mate. She is dead." He was transferred to a senior police officer. "I just want to go to jail," he said. "I have been out my face. I can't remember what happened. I've been driving about all weekend." It was a performance, of course. A carefully constructed narrative designed to minimize his responsibility. He wanted everyone to believe he'd had some kind of drug-induced blackout, that he couldn't remember, that this was some tragic accident brought on by substances. But his actions over the preceding 48 hours told a very different story. A story of someone who was conscious, deliberate, and actively working to both satisfy his urges and cover up his crime. When police arrived at the flat on Glen Lee at 12:10 p.m., they found Phoenix's mutilated and decapitated body hidden under a towel. According to later testimony, Methvin told the arresting officers, "I could not stay here with her like that. I tried to dismember her. I moved her from the bath and put her there. Phoenix's family were stunned and completely devastated, according to Detective Chief Inspector Susie Cairns. But devastated doesn't begin to cover it, does it? There are no words adequate to describe what Phoenix's mother, Allison, her stepfather, her extended family experienced when they learned what had happened. Allison Spencer would later say that horror movies do not compare to what happened to her daughter. The visions of what she learned, what Methvin did, would haunt her forever. The only small mercy, she said, was knowing that Phoenix didn't suffer, though how anyone could determine that with certainty after such violence is unclear. Perhaps it was simply what Allison needed to believe to survive. The way Methvin had mutilated Phoenix's body meant that her family couldn't even say goodbye to her properly. That comfort, the ability to see your loved one last time, to sit with them, to begin processing the loss, was stolen from them along with everything else. Ewan Methvin was arrested on November 18th and charged with murder. He appeared at Hamilton Sheriff Court on November 20th, making no plea or declaration at that initial hearing. For months, Phoenix's family waited. The legal process ground forward with its characteristic slowness. Then, on June 17, 2025, Methvin appeared at the High Court in Glasgow. He pleaded guilty to murdering Phoenix Spencer Horn and to attempting to defeat the ends of justice. His defense attorney, Tony Graham KC, acknowledged that those related to Phoenix, her friends and society at large, would likely regard Methvin as the personification of evil. He said Methvin knew Phoenix's family would never forgive him, as he will never forgive himself. He claimed Methvin can't provide an explanation why it happened. Methvin had written a letter to the judge. In it he wrote, "I know how loved Phoenix was, and how she made her family complete. I can't believe I've taken her from them." Yet despite these words, Methvin never provided any real answers. His letter, Judge Lord Matthews would later note, answers none of the questions which must be plaguing the family. On July 14, 2025, Ewan Methvin appeared via video link for his sentencing hearing at the High Court in Glasgow. He was now 27 years old, 6 years older than Phoenix would ever be. Judge Lord Matthews addressed Methvin directly. "You pleaded guilty to a dreadful crime, namely the murder of Phoenix Spencer Horn, who was a much-loved and sorely missed daughter, sister, niece, cousin, and friend. At age 21 and 13 days, she was standing at the threshold of what should have been a long and fulfilling life. You were a trusted member of her family, and you betrayed that trust and robbed her of a life in the cruelest way. Not content with what you did to her, you robbed her of all dignity and death by decapitating her and tried to dismember her in an attempt to defeat the ends of justice. For 2 days after, you indulged in drug abuse and watching pornography, contacting her mother and pretending to be her. The way you treated this innocent young woman after her death meant her family did not have the comfort of saying goodbye to her. No punishment I can inflict or what I can say or do can be enough, and the only sentence that I can impose is life." Lord Matthews continued, "I have rarely read such outpourings of grief as are contained in the victim impact statements from her family, who have endeavored to put into words what can never truly be encapsulated. The sadness and the deep sense of loss they all feel, and will continue to feel, thanks to what you did." Methvin was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 23 years before he could be considered for parole. For the charge of attempting to defeat the ends of justice, he received 5 years to run concurrently. 23 years. It sounds like a long time, doesn't it? But Methvin was 27 at sentencing. If he's released at the earliest possible date, he'll be 50 years old. The average life expectancy for a man in Scotland is 76.8 years. He could potentially live more than half his life as a free man after serving his minimum sentence. Phoenix Spencer Horn lived for exactly 21 years and 34 days. She will never be 27. She will never be 50. She will never be anything but 21 forever. Allison Spencer, speaking to local radio months after the sentencing, said she wants Methvin to spend the rest of his life behind bars. "His sentence is just a number," she observed, "but from now until 2047 is a very long time." She said she wants the visions of what he did to stick with him forever. But Allison and Phoenix's family haven't let their grief consume them entirely. Instead, they've channeled it into action, a fundraising page set up after Phoenix's death. To help with funeral costs collected thousands of pounds. Much of this money was donated to women's aid charities across Scotland. Allison is now dedicating her time to helping keep women safe from domestic abuse. determined that no other family should endure what hers has. There really was no writing on the wall with Phoenix, Allison said, meaning there were no obvious signs, no red flags that might have warned them of what was to come. In June 2025, family, friends, and Phoenix's colleagues, calling themselves Feed Angel Fighters, took on the 21-mile Edinburgh Kilt Walk in Phoenix's memory. They raised more than £23,700 for Glasgow Women's Aid. At the Strathaven Balloon Festival, organizers dedicated their evening glow to Phoenix's memory. Her legacy, Allison says, will live on through all the fundraising and awareness work the family has achieved in her name. Glasgow Women's Aid posted on Facebook, Phoenix Spencer Horn was only 21 when her life was taken, brutally murdered in the flat she shared in East Kilbride on November 18, 2024. Glasgow Women's Aid sends our love, support, and thanks to Phoenix's family and friends. There are questions this case raises that have no satisfying answers. How does someone go from being a trusted member of a family to murdering that family's daughter? How does a feeling of loneliness translate into such extreme, brutal violence? What happens in a person's mind that allows them to live for 2 days with what they've done, to continue satisfying their addictions and urges while their victim lies dead mere feet away? Methin's defense suggested he had flashbacks, but no real memory as to how things progressed to this destruction of human life. His attorney said he insists he has taken the life of a person he loved, and appreciates he has caused an enormous void in that family, and struggles to reconcile how he could have caused that destruction. But here's the thing. His actions immediately before, during, and after the murder tell us he was conscious and in control. He texted Phoenix about feeling lonely. He ordered takeaway. He appeared sober to the delivery driver. After the murder, he methodically tried to cover up the crime, impersonated Phoenix to her mother, spent hours online, and tried to buy drugs. These are not the actions of someone in a blackout. These are the actions of someone making choices. Judge Lord Matthews addressed this directly, telling Methin, the letter by you answers none of the questions which must be plaguing the family. You blame the effect of substances, but that is no excuse. And it isn't an excuse, because even if Methvin was using drugs, even if he was struggling with addiction, millions of people struggle with substance abuse without murdering anyone. The drugs didn't kill Phoenix Spencer Horn. You and Methvin did. What we're left with is a young woman whose life was stolen from her by someone she trusted, someone she lived with, someone she apologized to when he complained about her working, someone who had been welcomed into her family, who sat at their dinner table, who celebrated holidays with them, who was given their love and their trust. Phoenix's mother said that writing the victim impact statement was the hardest thing she and her husband had ever had to do, that it took months because of the trauma of reliving and discovering what actually happened to our beloved daughter. Can you imagine? Can you imagine having to put into words what it means to lose your child this way? To know the details of their final moments? To know that someone you welcomed into your home did this? Phoenix Spencer Horn was 21 years old. She worked hard at 2 jobs. She texted her mother to let her know she was safe. She apologized when she thought she'd hurt someone's feelings. Her coworkers said she was in good spirits. Her friends said she didn't deserve what happened to her. These are small details, but they're what we have left of who she was. Snapshots of a person whose life was just beginning, who had plans and dreams and a future that was stolen from her. In the town of East Kilbride on Glen Lee, there's a flat where something terrible happened. The neighbors still live there, probably still hear footsteps from the flat above, probably still think about that November night when they heard unusual sounds and couldn't have known what they meant. Phoenix's family will never have her back. 23 years of Methin's sentence won't bring her back. £1 million donated to charity won't bring her back. Nothing will bring her back. But her family has chosen to honor her memory by trying to protect other women, by raising awareness about domestic violence, by channeling their grief into action. These angel fighters walked 21 miles in her name, 1 mile for each year of her life. Balloons were released at a festival to remember her. Her name is spoken with love by those who knew her, and with sorrow by those who never will. Allison Spencer said she wants the memory of what Methin did to stick with him forever. She wants him to carry those visions, those memories, for the rest of his life, because that's what Phoenix's family has to carry forever. The difference is, they didn't choose it. It was forced upon them by someone they trusted. True crime stories often focus on the killer, their psychology, their motives, the details of their crimes. But every murder is at its core a story about a life ended too soon. Phoenix Spencer Horn deserved to grow old. She deserved to pursue her dreams, whatever they were. She deserved to text her mother for decades to come, to work jobs she loved or hated, to experience heartbreak and joy and all the ordinary moments that make up a life. Instead, at 21 years and 34 days old, her story ended in a flat in East Kilbride at the hands of someone who claimed to love her. Domestic violence doesn't always announce itself with dramatic warning signs. Sometimes it hides behind normal relationships, behind someone who seems decent enough, behind someone the family trusts. Allison Spencer's words echo with tragic wisdom. There really was no writing on the wall. If you or someone you know is experiencing domestic abuse, please reach out for help. In the UK, the National Domestic Abuse Helpline is available 24/7 at 08 2000 24/7. In other countries, similar services exist. You are not alone, and you deserve safety. Phoenix's story is over, but perhaps in the telling of it, in the awareness it raises, in the charity work done in her name, something of her continues. Not the life she should have lived. Nothing can replace that, but a legacy nonetheless. A reminder that behind every statistic, every headline, every court case, there is a person, a daughter, a friend, someone who mattered. Phoenix Spencer Horn mattered. She still matters, and we remember her. Thank you for listening to tonight's true crime story. Rest peacefully knowing that another story awaits you next time, ready to accompany you on another journey toward restorative sleep. But if you're still awake, don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories. And until next time, stay safe and take care. Good night.